Which cereal has more vitamin nutrition than any other? Kellogg's Product 19 cereal. But you'd never guessed.
Oh?
Because Product 19 vitamins are flaky, bumpy, crispy, crunchy.
And taste so good.
100% of 12 vitamins and minerals, all in these tasty flakes.
Delicious.
Kellogg's Product 19.
Flaky.
Bumpy.
Crispy. Crunchy.
Tasty vitamins.
WCCO Television, in cooperation with Control Data Corporation, presents Election Night 86.
Good evening to you. Welcome back to our coverage of Election Night 86. The polls in Minnesota should be closing in just about 7 minutes, and the voter turnout may not be as low as everybody predicted. The way it looks right now, according to county auditors, it may actually exceed the 54% that Secretary of State Joan Grow had forecast.
Well, regardless of the voter turnout, whether it is low or it is not as low, it is, of course, going to make a lot of difference to Rudy Perpich and Cal Ludeman. To get part of that answer about the voter turnout, let's check in now with reporter Mike Strand at a heavily DFL precinct in St. Paul. Mike, are the DFL voters turning out?
They are indeed, Pat, but not in terms of the numbers that Joan Grow had predicted earlier. We're going to see here tonight between something like 38 and 39% voter turnout at Maxfield School here in St. Paul. This is traditionally a heavy Democratic precinct, but people here are not turning out so much for a candidate for the governor's office as they are for local issues, prostitution, pornography, high crime area. This is a community in transition, and those issues have galvanized many of the voters here to come out and cast their vote against such problems. And there has been a real block community effort to get out the vote and to make people aware that they have a significant choice to make here today. So as far as we can tell, this has gone along party lines. It has continued to be a heavily Democratic turnout. One voter told me he's not here to vote for Governor Perpich so much as he's here to vote against Cal Ludeman. Pat and Skip.
Lots of people do that. Thank you, Michael. Joining us at the anchor desk this evening to help keep you up to date are Don Shelby and Pat Kessler. Pat, that Minnesota House race looks like it could be a dandy.
It's a barn burner. At stake tonight is control of the Minnesota House and the Minnesota Senate. All 201 seats are up for grab in the legislature. In the Senate, the Democrats hold a 43-24 edge. In the House, however, the Republicans are in control, 69-65. We've selected 42 seats around Minnesota that we're going to be looking at all night. These are must-win seats for the Democrats and for the Republicans. We'll be watching trends and letting you know how it develops and who wins the Minnesota House. It's very close.
And Don, of course, is going to be covering some of the important races in Wisconsin for our viewers there.
That's right. I'm going to be looking at most of the statewide races for the senator's seat, for the governor, for the attorney general, which is an interesting race, and we'll tell you a little bit more about that later. We'll also be looking at the congressional races for the 3rd and 7th districts, and we'll be bringing you the results of those. Also, I'm going to be trying to keep tabs with the exit polls and the final results on the U.S. Senate to try to keep in touch with what's going on for the control of the 100th Congress.
Also very crucial. Thank you, gentlemen. Okay, let's head now to our Curmudgeon's Corner, where Dave Moore and Dave Miller are standing by. They'll be giving us some reflections on tonight's political drama. Gentlemen?
Drama? I think that's a source, that's a result of wishful thinking on your part, Skip. I hope. Will you let us know when something happens? We have been told that our mission here is to provide some crusty commentary that will reflect the nature of the campaign. If that's the case, we'll probably be sitting here in silence all night. There are 2 races, of course, everyone is keeping his eye on.
Dave, we can at least find a couple of races where there's some passion and some toughness, and I think that's in the county attorney's race in Hennepin and the county attorney's race in Scott County. In Scott County, the issue will probably be decided by who offends the least number of voters, Kathleen Morris or Jim Turwido. And I, for one, am going to want to look at that margin in the Attorney General's race between Lou Freeman and Skip Humphrey.
You're kidding? You're the one who will be watching it. Why?
David, I'll be one other, and that'll be David Durenberger for his next opponent in 1988.
Why? Because it's Hubert Humphrey III?
Yep. Running for the U.S. Senate.
That's about as crusty as we can get right now, but things will heat up during the course of the evening, Skip.
Wait till you get tired. You'll get crustier.
We all will. Thank you very much. Coming up in just a moment, we're going to preview our exclusive North Star Poll election night coverage as Election Night 86 continues.
you bothering me, boy? Are you crazy?
I'm a chicken hawk and you're a chicken. Are you coming quietly or do I have to mush you up?
You're going at it all wrong, son. You gotta go to Kentucky Fried Chicken if you want to catch America's favorite chicken. It's a great place to get a great meal. No one makes tender, juicy chicken like the Colonel. It's finger-licking good. Here, son, let me give you a lift.
Hey, Annie, going fishing? I don't know. My nose is so sore.
Oh, honey, it's your allergy. Let's try Puffs. Grandma says they're softer.
But I've used the other kind my whole life.
Puffs feel softer to me.
They are softer.
Puffs are puffed to be softer.
Hey, wait for me.
No, if you cry, you'll scare the fish away.
I'm not going to cry.
Puffs, the softer way to blow.
As we did on primary election night, we have again commissioned a North Star Election Day poll to bring you the earliest indication of tonight's winners. Let's go to Alan Cox now at North Star Poll headquarters in downtown Minneapolis. Al, how does it work?
Skip, as before, the poll is a joint effort of WCCO Television, WCCO Radio, and the St. Paul Pioneer Press and Dispatch. But even with such prestigious parentage, such public opinion polls have their limitations. Anyone who believes in the infallibility of polls also believes in the successful campaigns of President Landon and President Dewey, clear winners in the surveys of their day.
I'm sorry to have disappointed them.
Those embarrassments led to the technique followed by tonight's North Star poll, the random sampling of voters. Researchers programmed a computer with Minnesota's area codes and all the active 3-digit telephone exchanges. The computer randomly selects the last 4 digits for phone numbers. That means callers can reach unlisted numbers as well as listed. It also means many calls end up as dead ends. Interviewers could dial a total of 20,000 numbers to reach the sample of 1,000 voters.
Hello, this is Deborah O'Connor calling for the North Star poll. Did anyone in your household vote yet today?
Along with the obvious question of whom the voter voted for, the survey asks why. Voters are questioned on major issues in the campaign. Those answers are compared with how the voters picked.
And in the race for state treasurer, did you vote for the IR candidate John Drew, for the DFL candidate Michael McGrath, or for some other candidate?
For this to be a valid poll, every voter has to have an equal chance of being in our sample, and for that reason, we're still collecting data here to get the results of people who are even in the voting lines now as the polls are about to close. But in a few moments, we'll have the results of the early returns on the North Star election poll. Pat and Skip?
All right, thank you very much, Ellen. And as he just mentioned, the polls in Minnesota are closing at this moment, actually. We're going to return with the first results from that North Star poll right after this.
Your love at first bite, outrageously right. New kudos, granola snacks. Teasing, kudos, I'm yours. Nutty fudge, chocolate chip, or peanut butter. Kudos, you won me over any other. Electrifying, granola-fying. Kudos, I'm yours. Smart and snazzy, rich and jazzy. Kudos, you absolutely drive me wild. Everyone knows the kudos, I'm yours. Sweet temptation in every bite. Kudos, you make me feel so right. Simply nutritious, outrageously delicious. Kudos, I'm yours. I'm yours. Kudos, I'm yours. I'm yours.
WCCO Television, in cooperation with Control Data Corporation, presents Election Night 86.
Good evening to you. Skip Loescher with Pat Miles in CCO's election headquarters. And Governor Rudy Perpich should be smiling at this hour. Early indications from our North Star election poll show the governor with a 15 percentage point lead.
Alan Cox is standing by right now at our North Star poll headquarters with some of those early results for us. Alan?
Pat, that poll result showing a 15 percentage point lead is based on the calls we've made leading up to about 6:30 tonight. Now, if you assume people who vote late vote differently from the ones who vote earlier, the results could turn out to be something different. If these numbers hold up, Rudy Perpich with 57% of the vote today. Cal Ludeman with 42%. That would be certainly a comfortable, although not an historic, victory for a gubernatorial candidate in the state of Minnesota. The results of the poll also by geographical area show Perpich with an extremely strong showing in the metro area, approaching 2-to-1 here. In outstate Minnesota, Rudy Perpich leading by something of a narrower margin, which certainly should be a disappointment for Cal Ludeman, hoping to tap some of the discontent among farmers in Minnesota. On the Iron Range, actually, these figures are for all of northeastern Minnesota, so they tend to understate the Perpich strength on the range, but it still shows Rudy Perpich with his traditional strong showing in that part of the state. In a few minutes, we'll have some of the results from the other statewide offices on the ballots today. Skip and Pat?
When are we going to get the finals on all those figures, Alan?
We will be polling up until a little past 9 o'clock. Once again, we're trying to get a valid sample of 1,000 voters, including the people who are just now coming out of the voting booths. And we hope to have firmer numbers by then. Once again, it appears Rudy Perpich is winning. We'll just have to wait and see.
Okay, thanks very much. Well, certainly that is not good news for Cal Ludeman. Mike Walsher is standing by at his headquarters. Mike, what's the mood around there? Depression?
Well, Skip, it is rather silent, rather quiet here. People have seen the numbers that we have just aired, and we didn't hear any gasps. We didn't hear any audible emotion. Cal Ludeman himself has not arrived here, has not come into the hall yet. We expect him a little bit later. He's been having a private dinner with his staff for the last hour and a half. However, with me is Marge Grunis, the chairwoman of the IR party. Marge, what could Cal Ludeman have done differently to turn the election his way?
Well, I think the first thing we need to realize is that the final results are not in yet. This is just a sample of a small number of people who apparently voted today. And I think what we need to do is to remember that some people are still in voting lines out there, and we'll just see what happens in the next hour or so.
Again, could Cal have done anything more in his attacks on Perpich to perhaps have gained ground quicker on the governor?
Well, I think we need to remember that Rudy Perpich has been running for re-election since 1983. And so anytime you run against an incumbent, it is tough. But we'll just see what happens.
Where does this leave the IR party? You have now not been real successful in winning the Minnesota governor's office for going on 20 years now. You won in '78, but not many other times since.
Well, the fact that we picked up the majority in the House in 1984 was significant. We will maintain the majority this year, and we're going to pick up some Senate seats. The fact that we have two fantastic United States senators, I think that bodes very well for the Republican Party.
Okay, thank you very much, Marge Grunis, the chairman of the state IR party. That's in the story here. We hope to hear from Cal Ludeman within the next half hour or so. Skip and Pat.
All right, thank you, Mike, and we do too as well. Well, there's reaction, of course, the reaction of plenty over at DFL headquarters, where Marcia Fleur is standing by with some reaction to the North Star poll results, which I'm sure they have heard at this point, Marcia.
Well, one of the reactions I heard was that they felt that the North Star poll was very conservative in terms of how it took the 57% lead at this time. And standing with me right now, thank you for joining us, is Ruth Essel, who is the DFL State Party Chair. How do you feel about it, 57-42? Do your numbers indicate perhaps that we are a bit conservative in the North Star poll?
Well, I think that we're shows that the governor has a resounding victory over Cal Ludeman, and we're satisfied with that. It looks very, very good for us right now.
It was enormous on the Iron Range and in outstate Minnesota, and an extremely strong showing in the metropolitan area. Does that surprise you at all?
No, it doesn't. When you look at the governor's record, he's had a very progressive record in the last 4 years, and he'll continue with that program, and so we're right where we need to be right now.
Ruth, is there a coattail effect that breaks at a certain percentage point? DJ Leary says that if the governor doesn't win by close to 60%, that the House will stay in Republican hands. What is your reading on that?
Well, I don't know if I agree with that. I think you have to look at it race by race. I think the governor's certainly going to help in a number of areas throughout the state, but again, I think it depends on our candidates, the issues that they're running on in the particular area, and I still feel that we're going to win back the House, and it looks very good for us tonight.
We'll talk to you later, and we'll get more on the House races. Back now to Pat and Skip.
Okay, Marcia. Thanks. Well, Pat Kessler, who, of course, has spent the past year at the state capitol covering all of the politicians, joins us tonight with some analysis. It has been a long year for you.
And you'll love it.
Sure.
But no surprises, really, that North Star poll, I'm sure, especially not to you.
Well, if Governor Perpich wins, and it certainly does appear that he is going to win tonight, it is a tribute to his incumbency, I guess. 9 months ago, you might recall, he was in deep trouble. Governor Rudy Perpich was challenged within his own party by St. Paul Mayor George Latimer. The polls showed him very far down in the polls. He wasn't doing very well at all. He then went to the metro area. He went to northern Minnesota, his base, and he went to rural Minnesota to campaign for legislative candidates. And it appears that his strategy worked. Cal Ludeman's did not, it appears. Cal Ludeman was trying to get the disaffected Democrats and all the Republican votes, but it appeared that he started too far down. He was not well known to start off with and didn't become well enough known by the time the race ended today.
There are going to be people who are going to ask this question, I guess. I don't know how you to make that judgment, but realistically, wouldn't Dave Jennings have made a better candidate? Certainly he had better name recognition to start with than Ludeman probably is now.
Well, Dave Jennings didn't run a very good campaign, 6 months ago now. He did not win the Republican endorsement for governor with the Republican Party. So if that was any indication of how he might run a governor's campaign, no, he would not have been. At this point, I suppose, looking back, it's easy to say that so-and-so would have been a better candidate than another, as you said, Monday morning quarterbacking, but clearly there were some mistakes, some missed opportunities in the Ludeman campaign, and perhaps Dave Jennings might have done a better job in some of those opportunities. It's just impossible to say.
What about his participation, Dave Jennings, in Cal Ludeman's campaign? Did he give him that much support, Pat?
There is the political part of this, and there's the personal part. Dave Jennings has said repeatedly that personally he and Cal Ludeman have not become friends again. Politically, they are allies. Politically, he did what he could, quote unquote. He said he did what Cal Ludeman asked him to do, nothing more, nothing less. That could have had something to do with it. We don't know yet. We'll know in a couple days when people start talking a little more frankly than they did before the campaign was over.
Thank you, Pat. Well, clearly the man of the hour at this point is Governor Rudy Perpich, who appears to be on his way to winning re-election. Trish Van Pilsen standing by over at the governor's mansion. I presume he's still there, isn't he, Trish?
He is still inside the mansion watching the results as we speak about them. But even before the polls closed, the governor was feeling very confident. He told us about 2 hours ago that turnout on the range where he voted was very high. And he called today's good weather a storybook ending to a good campaign. He is already looking forward to his next and what could be his last term as governor.
I think on December 28th, I'll be this year, I'll be governor longer than any governor in history of Minnesota.
How do you think you've changed the state in that amount of time?
Oh, I think we've, Minnesota is much better prepared for the 90s and the next century.
In what way? Perpich is expected to leave here shortly to go to DFL headquarters to thank his supporters. He tonight is obviously a very happy man, and we hope to hear more from him later. Skip and Pat?
All right, Trish, thank you. We're going to be back in just a moment with more results from our North Star poll. Stay with us.
I swear we've been through everything there is. Can't imagine anything the two of us can't do. Through the years, you've never let me down. And I'm so glad I stayed right here with you through the
Volvo, built to get you through the years.
Visit your local Volvo dealer for a test drive.
40 Ford Coupe, a 53 Mercury flathead engine in it, which was the last year that they made a flathead in 1953, and it was a Canadian engine. Had Edelbrock high compression heads and Fenton headers, had a Schaefer clutch and pressure plate with an aluminum flywheel, 411 rear end, an A-spring, an old A-spring in the rear, and I used to tear up transmissions, something horrible. Now, see, no one would ever think of me being a hot rodder.
This is Election Night 86.
Good evening to you.
And welcome back to our Election Night 86 coverage. We have some interesting voter estimates, Skip. You were talking about that earlier. Listen to this. In St. Louis County, 70%.
That's terrific.
Voters turn out. In Hennepin County, 61%. In Minneapolis, 60%, more than anyone had predicted earlier.
Well, in order to drag that down to what Joan Grow was talking about, the rest of the state would darn near have had to stay home.
Right, and of course we know it was very heavy in the Hibbing area, in the Duluth area, and in northern Minnesota. So that's interesting, that voter turnout, and maybe due to the excellent weather we had today. Who knows? We have some more North Star poll results, and Alan Cox is standing by right now at our North Star poll headquarters with some of the state race results.
That's right, Pat. It appears that all of the incumbents are in a fairly comfortable shape based on our North Star results as of this hour. And a very tight race in the one race statewide in which there's an open seat. First of all, once again, the results in the governor's race, Rudy Perpich appears to be winning with a 15% margin as of people who had voted up until 6:30 this evening. In the race for Attorney General, Skip Humphrey apparently racking up a large margin to win re-election. In the Secretary of State's race, DFLer Joan Grow, a similarly large margin against her independent Republican competitor. And the one independent Republican currently holding statewide office, Arnie Carlson, appears to be in a fairly comfortable position. Once again, this is a margin about like we're seeing in the governor's race, and we won't have this signed, sealed, and delivered until we have our final results in here in about an hour. The one close race, the one for the seat of the office of State Treasurer Bob Mattson, who, of course, was defeated in the DFL primary. And there, as you can see, a slight lead shown for the DFL candidate, but that race very close. And I don't know that this poll is going to tell us what that result is going to be, even when we have the final results tonight at 9. Pat and Skip?
But it will be interesting to find out. Thank you, Alan. Well, let's see. It's hard to believe that Rudy Perpich, if he's reelected, and it certainly appears as though he's going to be, will be having served longer than any other governor in the history of the state of Minnesota. Some odd reason I keep thinking Floyd Olson had to do that, and I guess he didn't.
He did take a break there in between.
Yeah, that helped a little bit, but it's still a cumulative total. Speaking of the old Governor Olson, there are a couple of people around here who remember him well. Dave Nimmer and Dave Moore are standing back in our curmudgeon's corner, or sitting, with a complaint or two.
Yeah, he doesn't remember him at all, and I was only 9 years old, Skip. Thanks a lot. We're going to do right now what you expected us to do, and we're going to get it off for the evening. They don't make good campaigns like they used to.
Well, first of all, I didn't see any good campaign slogans this year. A couple of years ago, we had one for Hubert Humphrey. Humphrey, you know he cares. Steadily, firm, fair, impartial law enforcement.
Bumper stickers.
You didn't see any good. And I didn't see any. All I saw was those nice guy ads. George Latimer, the carpenter, Ludeman, the father, and the farmer. And then the other thing that bothered me is all the campaign consultants were from out of town. For Ludeman, the media consulting team of Innochenzi and Sandler from Washington, D.C. For Perpich, the guy is from Texas, and he's working on races in Florida, Arkansas, and Connecticut. None of those guys have ever been in Bowavic in a snowstorm, and I'd argue they don't know anything about the fabric of Minnesotans.
Yeah, I think you made a generic candidate out of Perpich. Where's the little old flaky Rudy Perpich we knew
He made
4
a
years ago?
gubernatorial, David.
Yeah, you couldn't find him. You couldn't find him then. And another thing, calling the races early, as you guys are going to do in about 15 minutes. What kept you?
Remember 62? They couldn't call that one until 2:30 in the morning.
George Rice and I sat in the Hall of States at the Leamington Hotel at 1:30 in the morning. We were the only people there, plus the technicians. The results were echoing on our ears.
Yeah, it tells you how many people were watching you, too, huh?
Yeah, well, yes. Oh, no, they're up there. That was a close race. That was the famous Rovog recount. Yeah, I'll never forget that. It was back in 62.
Whoa!
We just lost it.
Yeah, you betcha. That's it, guys. We'll get into Carl Rovog's famous recount at about 1:30 a.m.
No, we just did it.
For that. Oh, that's it?
Yeah,
That's all you remember?
No, not all he remembers. I'm just giving him the cutthroat signal. All right, well, thanks to both of you. We're going to catch up now with CBS and show you a portion of their program that was broadcast at about 8 o'clock, right after this.
Experience, dedication, and high performance in information processing technology make tonight's immediate election returns possible. Control Data works with WCCO, as with its customers, to find the best solution, working together to deliver performance in the demanding area of information processing. Control Data will continue to harness the energy of information, putting the power of knowledge to work.
Now there really is a Light FM in the Twin Cities. The new WLTE, FM 103, specializing in songs to sing along with. WLTE promises to play back-to-back favorites by Streisand, Diamond, Mandolin, Lionel Richie, and more. Songs to sing along with. The new WLTE radio, FM 103, the Light FM.
Obviously, Minnesota is not the only place in the country having important elections. Our neighbors to the east in Wisconsin are certainly having some important election news today, with a governor and attorney general's race and a U.S. Senate race that is hotly contested. Control of the U.S. Senate is the major national story tonight. So to keep you informed about what is going on all night long, we're going to be checking back and forth with Dan Rather at CBS News election headquarters in New York.
And of course, Don Shelby, as we mentioned earlier, is going to be following those Wisconsin races, as well as some of the important Senate races across the country that could really shift the balance of power one way or the other in the U.S. Senate.
Okay. And right now, let's go to Dan Rather for a portion of the CBS program broadcast just a little bit earlier. Dan?
Your party, no matter how you feel about elections, a good time, an exciting and important time as the race for control of the United States Senate reaches perhaps its hour of decision. It's 9 p.m. in the east, and just when it started to look like the end of the Senate story might be happening with the Republicans chopping in low cotton in the South, the plot begins to thicken up a little, with Democrats now 3 up in the net 4 situation that they need in terms of Senate seats they need to pick up to retake the Senate. The front lines now begin shifting from the South to the Midwest and West, where Republicans hope to make up some of what they have already lost in Dixie. Either way, this could be the hour the Senate battle is decided. Mark that I said could be the hour. The polls have just closed in 10 more states. 39 states in all have had their polls closed. Now, in the states where the polls have just closed, let's take a look. Here are the states shown in relief on your map where the polls have just closed. 6 states with Senate races. In New York, as expected, the Republicans hold on to their Senate seat. Senator Alphonse D'Amato whipping easily consumer advocate Mark Green. So the Republicans hold on in New York with D'Amato. And Arizona, the Grand Canyon state, this is for the seat of the retiring veteran Barry Goldwater. The Republicans hold on to it with a former Navy flyer and former North Vietnamese prisoner of war, Congressman John McCain. He has beaten former state Senator Richard Kimball. McCain and the Republicans hold on to the Goldwater seat in Arizona. So, in the 6 states with Senate races where the polls have just closed, the Republicans have won 2 of them. The Democrats none, 4 undecided, including the Senate races in Louisiana, an important one, Wisconsin, South Dakota, and Colorado. Now, in the gubernatorial races, 9 states with governor races have just seen their polls close. In the New York governor's race, as expected, Democratic Governor Mario Cuomo has beaten O'Rourke. The Westchester County Executive Andrew O'Rourke goes down to defeat. Cuomo and the Democrats hold on to the governor's mansion in New York. In the Ocean State, Rhode Island, the Republicans hold on to their governor's chair. Governor Edward DePrete has beaten businessman Bruce Sunland. So the Republicans and DePrete win in Rhode Island. Out in the Centennial State, Colorado, State Treasurer Roy Romer, the Democrat, holds on to the Democratic seat. Richard Lamb is the retiring Democratic governor there. He has beaten State Senate President Ted Strickland. So the Democrats hold on to the governor's chair in Colorado. Now, hold on, buckle your seatbelts. Here it comes in Arizona. In the governor's race there, the surprise of the West thus far, car salesman Evan Meekum has beaten in a 3-way race State Superintendent of Schools Carolyn Warner and the independent businessman Bill Schultz. So the Republicans have gained the governor's chair in Arizona. This is for the seat of the retiring Governor Bruce Babbitt. So in the states where the polls have just closed with governor's races, the Republicans have won 2, including an upset win in Arizona. Even Meekum wins there. The Democrats have won 2, including Mario Cuomo in New York. 5 of the governor's races where the polls have just closed remain undecided: Minnesota, Wisconsin, Nebraska, South Dakota, and Wyoming. So this is what's happening as of this hour. First, the Senate, the race for control of the U.S. Senate, begins to form up even more. The pattern gets a little bit clearer. The Republicans are going to have a comeback and some takeaways in the Midwest and West if they're to hold on to control of the U.S. Senate. We started the night with it 53-47 Republicans in the Senate. Any way you cut it, the Republicans tonight have to win 19 Senate seats. They can win 18 and still lose control of the Senate. They have to win 19 Senate seats. Thus far, they have won 7. The Democrats have to win 16 Senate seats. Thus far, they have won 10. Now, the Republicans need some pickups. They need to pick up what has been a Democratic Senate seat in Missouri, and/or they need to pick up what had been a Senate seat in Louisiana or perhaps out in Colorado if they're to stay in the hunt for control of the Senate. Key states to watch. The Democrats have hopes in South Dakota, North Dakota, and Wisconsin. The Republicans have a hope in Missouri, but that race has been close all night long. Bob Schieffer If you had to watch two races now, it would be Missouri and what else?
South Dakota. Absolutely, Dan. And the news for the Democrats may be pretty good there. The polls have just closed. We have no results there as yet. But our exit polling shows that 38% of the voters in South Dakota said that farm policy was a top issue, and 56% of South Dakotans said that GOP Senator Jim Abner had supported Ronald Reagan farm policies too long. Now, I stress again, the polls have just closed. We have no results yet in that on votes. But those trends do not bode well for the Republicans.
Bruce, you're watching all this from the special perspective of people who want to run for president. Does it make any real difference for someone who aspires to be president who controls the Senate?
Oh, absolutely. Sure it does. The most obvious case, Dan, is Bob Dole. There's a big difference between being majority leader and being minority leader. Robert Byrd of West Virginia would be happy, who's been both, would be happy to explain that to Mr. Dole, I'm sure. Other people will gain a platform. Joseph Biden, unknown senator from Delaware with high hopes, might become chairman of the Judiciary Committee. It makes a difference in another sense, too. If we see, in the course of all this, the Democrats in the South going back to their roots, that makes it more likely that Charles Robb, a Sam Nunn, someone like that, would seem an attractive candidate for president or vice president come 1988. So in lots of ways, and the Senate will set an agenda, too. The president won't simply be able to direct the country's attention to this issue or that. He'll have to compete with the Democratic Congress for that.
I want to read you something that Will Rogers said. He said, "I can't really see any advantage of having one of your own party as president." Said Will Rogers, "I would rather be able to criticize a man than have to apologize for it."
Well, Will Rogers also said, I'm not a member of any organized political group. I'm a Democrat. They're trying to get over that.
Bill Plant, our CBS News White House correspondent, is at the White House tonight. Bill, one of the many states that President Reagan visited, in fact, he visited it 3 times, was North Carolina. Now, Terry Sanford, the Democrat, has won in North Carolina. At least there, it does not look like President Reagan's coattails were nearly enough.
Dan, this election could settle once and for all the elusive question of whether Ronald Reagan has coattails. Now, of course, there were a lot of Republicans elected in 1980, but it appears that that may be for reasons other than Ronald Reagan, simply because people wanted a change. Take the case of North Carolina, which you just brought up. A very last-minute campaign stop was scheduled there last week on 24 hours' notice. And they brought Ronald Reagan in, and they had bands, and they had hoopla, and they went out of their way to expose him to news coverage in North Carolina, to let him raise a little bit more last-minute money to buy some commercial time. As we see tonight, it just didn't do any good. That was considered one of the very crucial, very close races, which the Republicans were targeting, and targeting extra hard for a win. And there, at least, they've lost.
Bill, among others, the New York Times had a very good headline this morning. It said, "Voters may gauge how deeply President Reagan has affected U.S. political partisanship. On the basis of turnovers for the Democrats in Florida, North Carolina, and Maryland, how is Ronald Reagan going to answer that question?"
Dan, there doesn't seem to be too much doubt in the travels that we've had over the last couple of months that while Ronald Reagan is tremendously popular, and all of the polls, including our own, support that, there is not the same depth of feeling, the same approval rating for his programs. So how can Ronald Reagan be said to be a great Republican? Now, obviously, there are folks out there who are going to argue with that. But except for raising money, he hasn't done much to identify anybody with the Republican Party.
Thank you, Bill Plant at the White House. And what I emphasize, as I'm sure President Reagan, if he were here on the phone, would say, wait a minute, control of the Senate has not, certainly not yet, changed hands. True it is. While the Democrats need a net pickup of 4, and so far they have a net pickup of 3, this picture could change dramatically with what happens in the Midwest and the West.
All right. In case you just joined us, I'm Pat Miles along with Skip Loescher for Election Night 86. We've had a few of the results from our North Star poll, and of course, no big surprises, at least not yet.
No big surprises, but a very big statistic. Rudy Perpich, at least in the preliminary indications, leading by about 15 percentage points. Let's get a little more specific now by going over to North Star poll headquarters and Alan Cox. Alan?
Skip, Perpich appears to be winning with a 57% total of the vote, which would be a comfortable vote in Minnesota. Perpich doing well in northeastern Minnesota and in the metro area. Ludeman doing well in southeast and southwest Minnesota. In the race for Attorney General, hardly a surprise there. Skip Humphrey with a comfortable lead, clearly the winner, and Joan Grow is clearly the winner of the race for Secretary of State, being reelected over her IR opponent. The closest statewide race of the night appears to be the one for Treasurer, the race to see who will succeed incumbent Treasurer Bob Matson. And the race, the one independent Republican who is an incumbent statewide, State Auditor Arnie Carlson, appears to be winning his race tonight. We'll have more analysis as we go on. Skip and Pat?
Thanks, Alan.
Thank you. Well, we're going to rejoin right now Mike Walser, who is standing by at Independent Republican headquarters, and I understand, Mike, that you've caught up with State Auditor Arnie Carlson.
Well, that we have, Pat. The mood here not particularly exuberant. People still waiting for Cal Ludeman to arrive. But one note of joy comes from State Auditor Arnie Carlson, who has apparently won re-election again and may be the only Republican state office holder for the next 4 years once again. Arnie, first, congratulations, and second, how'd you do it?
Oh, I have no idea. I find it hard to get used to this age of electronics where you can walk in at 8:01 and be declared a winner or a loser. I find it phenomenal.
Again, that's only our poll. These are not official results, but apparently that's what the polls are showing.
Well, if that holds up, obviously I'm very delighted. But I think it's going to be a long night because we're not going to know the control of the House probably until possibly as late as 3, 4 in the morning. I think the Republicans will pick up some state Senate seats. I think the local races were stronger, frankly, than our performance on the statewide race.
Let me ask you briefly, what could Cal Ludeman have done to have turned the election his way?
Oh, I'm not sure that it's particularly wise of me to try to speculate on what could have been done. I think Cal, frankly, did the best that he possibly could with the strength that was available. It was just a hard year, frankly, to defeat Governor Purpich. Very hard indeed.
Okay, thank you again, State Auditor Arnie Carlson. That's the scene here, and again, we await the arrival of Cal Ludeman, hopefully within the next half hour or so. Skip and Pat.
Thank you, Michael. We shall return live to CBS News election headquarters in New York in just a moment.
My four-legged friend. Hey, partner, you want a bite? So I take it you don't want a burger.
So bored with burgers you could scream. Taco Bell has the cure. The new Double Beef Burrito Supreme. The great taste of our original Burrito Supreme, but twice as much beef for a bigger, beefier taste. Bored out of your skull? Try our new Double Beef Burrito Supreme. Only at Taco Bell, the cure for the common meal.
Squeeze, 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 squeeze. Introducing Kraft dressings in new squeezable bottles. Now, all you do is...
Squeeze, squeeze, I've got you now.
Now, squeeze out great-tasting Kraft dressings in just the amount you want. Never too much, never too little.
I've got you now.
Kraft dressings in new squeezable bottles. As much as you please in just a...
Squeeze, 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 squeeze.
We'll have more Minnesota coverage from CCO election headquarters in just a moment. First, let's go to New York and Dan Rather.
CBS News special coverage of Election Night 86 continues. Here again is Dan Rather.
Good evening again. It's 9:30 p.m. in the East, just about midway through what could be this hour of decision. Still no decision yet on the battle for control of the U.S. Senate, but in football parlance, the Democrats are out ahead. The Republicans are, let's call it, third and long, and it tends to be getting longer as we move toward the Midwest and the West. The Republicans have got to have some pickups in what had been Democratic senatorial seats. They need to pick up in Louisiana, in Missouri, possibly Colorado or California to come back, because here's the situation. The Democrats are moving much closer to their goal of winning the 16 Senate seats they need tonight. Yes, they need a net pickup of 4, but look at it this way. They have to win 16 Senate seats to get control of the Senate. Thus far, they've won 10. The Republicans have to win 19 Senate seats tonight in order to hold on to control. So far, they've won 7. Another way of looking at it, the Republicans need to win 12 of the 17 remaining Senate races outstanding in order to hold on. They can do it but third and long for them. They've got to start moving. Bob Schieffer, where are the closest races in the battle for control of the Senate?
Well, they're all over the place, Dan. We might as well start with Louisiana, where we have a very close race. Not many precincts reporting down there yet. This is one that the Democrats thought they were going to win going away. With 11% of the vote now, though, we see Henson Moore, the Republican congressman who is being opposed by John Breaux, the Democratic congressman. This is for the seat being vacated by Russell Long, the seat that Russell Long's held since 1948. A very slight lead for the Democrats there. In Missouri, another cliffhanger shaping up. But Kit Bond, the former governor, has now taken a slight lead over Harriet Woods, the lieutenant governor, the woman who ran against John Danforth in 1982 and almost beat him. This is one the Republicans were counting on taking. This was the turnover they were expecting to pick up. This is the seat of retiring Democrat Tom Eagleton. In Georgia, another very close race. White Fowler still holds a very slight lead over the incumbent Republican Matt Mattingly, the Republican who came in 1980 with Ronald Reagan. Again, this was only with 46% of the precincts reporting. And in Alabama, another very, very close race where Jeremiah Denton has pulled into a slight lead over Richard Shelby, the very conservative Democratic congressman who's challenging him. Again, only 42% of the precincts reporting there. We've got some horse races all over the lot here tonight, Dan.
For the Republicans, good news out of Missouri. Now, Kit Bond, the Republican candidate in Missouri against Harriet Woods, trying to pick up the Eagleton seat from the Democrats. If the Republicans can prevail in Missouri, then that gives them a little bit of breathing room in their effort to come from behind and keep control of the Senate. Let's look at those states where turnovers have already occurred this evening, earlier in the evening. In the Sunshine State of Florida, the Democrats got a turnover that doesn't go into the books as a stunning surprise, but incumbent Governor Bob Graham takes a seat away from Senator Paula Hawkins in Florida. That was among the early big pickups for the Democrats. In North Carolina, for the seat of the late John East, the Republican protege of the senior Republican senator from the state, Jesse Helms, former Governor Terry Sanford beat Senator James Broyhill. Jim Broyhill lost it for the Republicans in North Carolina. That was a pickup for them. Also early this evening, as was widely predicted, in Maryland, this is for the seat of the retiring Republican Senator Charles McMathias. Democratic Representative Barbara Mikulski beat former White House aide Linda Chavez. Those three mighty pickups for the Democrats: North Carolina, Florida, and Maryland. Now, the races to watch continue to be Alabama, where it's close, but the Republicans are leading; Georgia, where it's very, very close; Louisiana, Missouri, and the Dakotas. That's to say nothing of Idaho and California and Washington, all states where it could be close and all states where it's still undecided. Now, Leslie Stahl, there have been a couple of stunning upsets in the gubernatorial races.
Well, you just mentioned Florida, which is an enormous win for the Republicans. It's a switchover. Florida is one of the fastest growing states in the country. They're saying it could be the second largest state by 1990. We have a Republican, Bob Martinez, the former mayor of Tampa, taking over. He was one of those party switchers that Ronald Reagan went in and got to switch over to the Republicans, and he is one. But we have a mixed bag because the Republicans lost Tennessee. Then you have the Republicans winning Arizona, but not being able to win in Colorado. That's the Reagan West. So far, it's a little bit of a mixed bag. The Republicans have a total of a net gain of 3. Republicans picking up 3 governorships, and they're aiming toward 10. So we're sort of inching our way toward their goal.
Well, again, the Republicans, while they'd much prefer to hold on to the Senate, had high hopes of picking up maybe a net of 10 or 12 gubernatorial chairs.
Hoping.
They're in the hunt for that, but they'll have to hurry.
There are some very, very close races that they care enormously about. One is Texas, where the Republican Bill Clements is leading, but it's still very, very close. And South Carolina is a real cliffhanger, and so is Pennsylvania. We'll be watching those.
Be watching those, particularly that big Texas race, which leaders of both parties are keeping their eyes on. Bruce Morton, the Senate race is one thing, the gubernatorial race is quite another. Let's talk about the presidential race for 1988. CBS News asked some voters in New Hampshire how they were feeling about 1988. What did they say, Bruce?
Did indeed. Our exit pollers were everywhere, and it may be wicked or sinful to suggest that Campaign 88 has started, but it has. Candidates have already been up there. We asked first on the Republican side, Republican voters in New Hampshire today who were helping to re-elect their Governor John Sununu, who they were for. Vice President Bush, as you can see, just away out ahead of the pack. The New York Congressman from Buffalo, Jack Kemp, in second place, but everybody else well down there. Clear victory for Bush in a state where he lost his momentum in 1984. Remember, he won the Iowa caucuses, came into New Hampshire, and lost the primary and the nomination to Ronald Reagan. Over on the Democratic side, the front runner was the New Hampshire winner 2 years ago, the retiring Colorado Senator Gary Hart, but a surprisingly strong showing for Mario Cuomo, the governor of New York, who has been to New Hampshire, I think, just once, certainly not mounted any kind of campaign there. Everybody else weighed down. The thing about Hart that it might be worth pointing out, he didn't keep all of his people from 2 years ago. Of those people who told our pollsters they'd voted for Hart last time, only about half said that they voted for him today. In our exit poll, about 30% said they'd voted for Cuomo instead. Senator Hart stopped by CBS studio for an interview a little while ago. He said it was too early for him to announce, not by very much, I bet you, and he offered this evaluation of today's voting.
I think what we're seeing tonight is, in spite of enormous amount of campaigning by the president and unbelievable amount of money spent on the other side, that it just hasn't worked. And I think the second message is the Democrats are coming back in the South and in my region of the West. And then finally, I think a careful study of the candidates who prevailed will show that those who had a positive message of the future and investment in this nation's future are the Democrats who won. And I would think the Democratic Party would want to listen to that result very carefully.
I don't know, Dan, whether positivism is going to be the winning card, but it would be a nice change from what we've been hearing this fall.
Well, you have to have the kind of optimism you usually find in a seed catalog to run for president anyway, particularly this early. The race for control of the United States Senate hanging in the balance. It may not be too long before we know. We're keeping very close eyes on Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana, Missouri, and the Dakotas. Stay right here. We'll be back with more of our election coverage and more about control of the Senate after this.
The American dream is one of hope and possibilities. We're GMAC, people who help make dreams come true. First, we made automobile financing easy. Now, home mortgages, financing for a boat, even MIC insurance to keep your dreams safe. We're the financial services people from General Motors. GMAC, official sponsor of America's dreams.
When you think of one name that means everything in coffee makers.
What's the one that comes to everyone's mind?
Mr. Coffee. Because Mr. Coffee's been America's best-selling brand for over 12 years.
You might select Mr. Coffee under the cabinet.
Or Mr. Coffee Jr.
Or the new International Design Series, the newest member of the Mr. Coffee family.
Style.
Quality.
Dependability.
And of course, all this from Mr. Coffee.
If you're looking for calcium in Just Right or Nutri-Grain, you can stop looking. There's none there. But Total has calcium, so now besides 100% of 9 vitamins and iron, Whole Wheat Total's the only major cereal that's a major source of calcium.
Every day, your body needs it. Come on and taste it.
Your body can't make it. Your body can't keep it. You need great tasting vitamin C.
New Sun.
But sun gives sunshine in your body. You can't make it. Your body you can't keep it every day. Your body needs it. Sun gives sunshine in your body. Vitamin C in your body every day.
Guess what thousands of doctors are recommending for women who need extra calcium? Tums. Surprised? It's true. Tums isn't just a great antacid, it's also rich in calcium.
Now, you know how in some past years you've been saying, well, I wish I could get an election where I could stay up for at least a while, get a second cup of coffee or cocoa before the thing is all over? You got it. That's what's happening tonight in this race, at least for control of the U.S. Senate. Hanging in the balance, the Democrats need 16 total victories to take control of the Senate. They've won 10 so far. The Republicans need 19 total victories tonight. They have won 7 so far. The Democrats have picked up seats in Maryland, North Carolina, and Florida. The Dakotas are still out there, so is Idaho and California, so stay right here with us. Now, in addition to control of the Senate, we can talk about how big a margin the Democrats are going to have in the House of Representatives. And Phil Jones, who's been covering these House races for these many months, a lot of celebrities running for the House of Representatives this time around. How are they doing?
Well, some are making it and some aren't. We have a whole new generation of Kennedys who are trying to come online tonight, and it looks like one of them's going to make it and the other isn't. The one who is winning big is in Massachusetts' 8th District, and that is Joseph Kennedy II, a 33-year-old son of the late Robert F. Kennedy. At this point, we can call him winning with 73% of the vote, beating Clark Apt, who is a research consultant who is getting only 27%. But Joe's sister, Kathleen Kennedy Townsend, in Maryland's 2nd District, is not doing well, and at this point, CBS can call the winner of this, who would be Helen Bentley, the 62-year-old Republican incumbent, with 63% of the vote, Kathleen Kennedy Townsend getting only 37% of the vote. We have some athletes who are trying to turn politicians tonight, and in Kentucky, Jim Bunning, a former pitcher for the Detroit Tigers and Philadelphia Phillies, he struck out in 1983 when he ran for governor of Kentucky. Tonight, he has pitched a winning game, being elected to Kentucky's 4th District, beating Terry Mann, the 38-year-old state representative. But an athlete in another district in Maryland's 4th, Tom McMillan, a Democrat who is a reserve or was a reserve power forward basketball player for the Washington Bullets. At this point, he is not doing well, even though he is one of the few Democrats who managed to outspend his Republican opponent. At this point, it looks like it's going to be a losing cause. Dan?
And looks like another very big night for incumbents in the race for House seats, doesn't Phil?
It certainly does. As we look at the open seats, there is no question there that the Republicans are seemingly holding their strength. But overall, it's far too early to say exactly how they're going to turn out. The best guess is, going into tonight, generally speaking, 5 to 10 vote pickup for the Democrats. If the Democrats get anywhere in the neighborhood of 10 or more, that would be a victory. 10 or less, Republicans could claim victory.
Thanks, Phil. We'll be getting back to you. Now, joining us tonight from Portsmouth, Virginia, is the Reverend Pat Robertson, who says that he's interested in running for president. Pat Robertson has been active, among other places. He was active in the early going for the presidential nomination in Michigan. He's not yet announced, but he says that he's interested in running. So while we keep an eye on these very important Senate races, the most important ones being Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana, Missouri, and the Dakotas right now, control of the U.S. Senate possibly hanging in the balance, let's turn to you, Mr. Robertson, and let me ask you first and foremost, for at least 2 generations, more than that, people in the South were generally taught, trust in the Lord, write your mother, and vote Democratic. Now, tonight, the Democrats won in North Carolina, in Florida, and Maryland. It would seem that's pretty generally holding, which doesn't bid well for you and the Republicans, does it?
Well, the registration, of course, is always strong. I was, for 55 years, a Democrat myself, and so we're born Democrats in the South, and it takes a great deal of realignment. It looked like some was happening, and unfortunately, it was very, very close in North Carolina. We had hoped for Broyhill to come through on that one, but it was, again, an extremely close race. But he was dealing with a 2.5 to 1 registration factor, Democrat versus Republican.
Mr. Robertson, as you look around at who won today, who do you see that you backed?
Well, we were backing actually the Republican Party, and this was on a broad scale across the country, and we were pretty much expecting, from the advice I got a couple of days ago, that there would be losses in Maryland and in Florida, as much as we hated to see Paula Hawkins lose, and the same thing was possible in North Carolina. It was very close. We're still looking at Idaho. Steve Sims has got a very tough race up there, and Santini in Nevada doesn't look like he's doing too well. So we're looking at 5, but the gain would be out in Colorado, where we helped the Republican, and we're hoping that he would take that seat that Gary Hart left, and very possibly Missouri, where I've been out. Of course, Kit Bond is a very attractive person, and it looks like now he's ahead. So that would bring the Senate at a 50-50 level if it continues with all else being the same.
Mr. Robertson, let me interrupt for a moment. Stick with us, if you will. In South Dakota, bad news for the Republican chances. Representative Thomas Daschle, on the basis of our exit polling, has beaten and unseated Republican James Abner. Now, this is a state in which the farm policies of President Reagan and what was happening on family farms became a very big issue. This is a pickup for the Democrats. It is not, at least not yet, a death blow for Republican chances to control the Senate. But right now, with Daschle winning in South Dakota over Abner, we don't have a definitive word yet out of North Dakota. The Democrats now have won 11 of the races they need. Of the 16 races the Democrats need to take control of the Senate, they now have won 11. The Republicans have won 7 of the 19 that they need to win. Now, Bob Schieffer, this is the +4 for the Senate. As of right now, if nothing were to change, and of course a lot of things are going to change, the Democrats have picked up the net 4 they need for control of the Senate.
Yes, but always remember Missouri, where the Republicans stand to pick up a seat, where former Governor Kit Bond, I believe at last report, was leading the Democrat Harriet Woods. That was a Democratic seat as we started the evening. That's the seat of retiring Senator Thomas Eagleton. So the Democrats have got to pick up more than they've gotten so far if they're going to control the Senate. But this is awfully good news. I have felt from the beginning if the Democrats are going to take control of the Senate, they had to take at least one of the Dakotas.
Tonight, and it appears to be a good night for the Democrats. The DFLers appearing to have all but won a clean sweep of the state constitutional offices, with one exception. State Auditor Arnie Carlson appears to be on his way to being reelected. That will make him the lone Republican in statewide office over the next 4 years. Alan Cox standing by at North Star Poll headquarters to recap all of those races for us. Alan?
Skip, based on our returns of people who voted up until, say, about 6:30, Rudy Perpich appears to have a 15 percentage point lead, appears to be winning. Perpich doing very well in the metro area and in northeastern Minnesota. Ludeman doing well in southern Minnesota. In the other constitutional races, Skip Humphrey having no trouble winning re-election as Attorney General. Joan Grow having no trouble winning re-election as Secretary of State. The closest race in the night, far too close to call, is the race for Treasurer. DFLer Mike McGrath, IR candidate John Drew, very close in the early version of our North Star poll. The one IR incumbent statewide candidate, Arnie Carlson, the incumbent auditor, appears to be winning his race against DFLer John Dooley. Pat and Skip?
Thanks, Alan. Governor Perpich has yet to make an appearance at his campaign headquarters in downtown Minneapolis tonight, but one of his chief associates is there right now and standing by with Marcia Fleur. Let's go over there now. Marcia?
I'm here with Tom Berg, who is the Perpich campaign chair. Tom, the governor is still at the residence at this point.
Yes, he is. He just finished up dinner a little while ago.
Is he going to come over here, make an appearance pretty soon?
Yep, we expect him here sometime probably within half an hour.
Now, it's a little bit unusual, isn't it, to come in and make a victory speech before you get a concession speech from the other side, or am I misremembering a few
Well, I'm not sure that he's going to come in and make a victory speech. We'll have to sort of wait and see to see just what he does say. We're obviously very pleased with your poll results and the projections. I hope they hold true.
Do you think they are right? We've heard from others that they might be a bit conservative at 57%.
Well, I hope they are a little conservative. I don't know. Our last poll was taken over a week ago, and it showed a little bit higher margin than that, but we're satisfied with any win anywhere near that.
What about a coattail effect?
I hope it's there. That's going to be really fascinating tonight to watch in the House of Representatives. We worked hard, Marcia, in the last closing days of the campaign to try to help out legislators in key districts, and I hope it has done some good.
What were you looking at? Were you looking at plugging holes? A number of the IR leadership, including the Speaker of the House, the Majority Leader, they were leaving. Were you looking at their districts or just picking them up wherever you could?
We were looking at districts that had been targeted. There was a pretty thorough analysis done early on about districts where we thought we had a chance to win. And it didn't relate to positions in the Republican caucus or anything, just districts we thought we had a chance to win.
And which would those be? Are they metro districts or mostly out of
They're
state?
all over the state. There's just a variety of districts all over where we thought we had a pretty good chance of winning with good candidates, a good margin of voters that we could take a good shot at.
You know, the governor's campaign strategy seemed to be what I called running in place. That place was pretty safe. It was called the state capitol and the governor's chair. Was that a strategy that you mapped out from the very beginning?
Well, no, I admit we did not go out of our way to debate the other candidates at every street corner. But we did, we had, I think, 6 or 7 joint appearances with Cal Ludeman. We had the couple of debates with George Latimer, and Rudy was out and about a lot, facing the press and voters in all parts of the state.
I want to thank you very much for joining us, and I know it's a very difficult evening for you, and one of the things that is making it difficult for the Purbridge campaign is a group that has showed up tonight that no one expected. It's a group of high school youngsters. They are seniors from North St. Paul High. They are friends of Noel Deluge, who was lost up near Aiken. Disappeared from a hunting camp over the weekend. The National Guard was out looking for him. Today, the National Guard was called off. They are here to ask the governor, please, to send the National Guard back in. As far as we understand, the sheriff of Aiken County has total control of that situation. He was the one that sent the Guard home. If he wants them back, he will ask the governor. We don't know what's going to happen when the governor shows up and sees these 55 or 60 highly emotional high school youngsters who say they will talk to the governor. Back to you, Skip and Pat.
Are they angry, Marcia?
They're not angry, they're hurt, and I don't really think they understand. I think they believe that the governor may have given up on their friend by pulling the Guard out, and as far as we understand, the governor really had nothing to do with pulling the Guard out of Aiken. The sheriff simply said, we can't find the youngster. The Guard is of no help at this point, and he was the one who dismissed them.
Okay.
All right, thanks, Marcia. It'll be interesting to see the governor's reaction to that. We're going to be back in just a moment with some analysis of our North Star poll results. Stay with us.
All in all, it was a pretty average day. 4 showers were taken, and 1 bath. 3 meals were cooked, and 2 loads of laundry were washed and dried, while everyone stayed warm and comfortable. The cost of all that natural gas? For the Minagasco customer, less than the same amount cost 5 years ago. Now, who says everything is more expensive these days?
While many dealers have just a few cars and trucks, it's Sell-a-thon week at Towsley Ford and Towsley Subaru. Hundreds of cars and trucks, all Sell-a-thon priced. Huge discounts on 100 new Subarus. Sell-a-thon prices on over 400 new Ford trucks. Over $2 million worth of used cars and trucks. And with winter on the way, Sell-a-thon prices on 4-wheel drives, plus quick financing to have you on your way in just hours. No matter where you live in the Northland, it's worth a trip to get a Sell-a-thon price at Towsley Ford and Towsley Subaru, White Bear Lake.
With early indications that Rudy Perpich is leading right now by 15 percentage points, that from our North Star election poll, I guess the question is why? Where do those votes come from? Who is voting for him? Alan Cox, I think, can give us some of those answers at North Star election poll headquarters.
Skip, once again, the overall figure shows Rudy Perpich with a 15 percentage point lead of our North Star poll up to this point. We should have final results from our poll reflecting people who voted late in the day coming up within the next hour. Perpich appearing to do well in the metro area and in northeastern Minnesota. Along with asking who people voted for, we asked them what they thought about various issues. You can see on the question, is state government too big, too wasteful, or is it serving well? Most of the people who voted for Perpich felt that state government is serving the people well, 55% to 34%, but by an overwhelming margin, Ludeman voters believing state government is too big. On the question of whether the state business climate is better, you can see even the people who voted for Rudy Perpich felt, at least in this version of the poll by a somewhat small margin, that the business climate is a serious problem in Minnesota. Overall in our sample, by a 2-to-1 margin, voters thought that business climate is a serious problem in Minnesota. But as you can see, a large number of them still voted for Rudy Perpich to presumably, in their view, continue to improve the business climate in the state. And one more question we asked, when did you decide who you were going to vote for? Most people tended to decide well before the primary. Of the people who decided in the last week, or who said they decided in the last week, Rudy Perpich did well. Cal Ludeman, in fact, did best among people who said they decided in the last month of the campaign, but before the last week. You may recall that was during the time of the debates. It was also during the time that Ludeman had his hardest-hitting campaign commercials of the campaign, the bad tax fairy, you may recall. We'll be looking at some of the other figures in the poll for further analysis later on. Skip and Pat?
Okay.
Thanks, Alice. That's very interesting. I guess, though, you have to believe, Pat Kessler is joining us now, that Rudy Perpich really ran a fairly good campaign. I mean, he finally got the campaign line. He stopped shooting from the hip. He played the game the way they wanted him to.
Well, he was very well protected. As Tom Berg admitted just a few moments ago, he was running in place, as Marcia Floor characterized it. The governor did not take on the tough issues, did not seek out debates, as an incumbent normally would not if he is leading. There is something surprising, however, in the North Star poll. The business climate. The people said that 46% of them said the business climate is not very good. This is something that is a surprise, Skip and Pat, because the governor has made this the centerpiece of his campaign. The governor has said repeatedly that things are better in Minnesota today than they were when he became governor 4 years ago. He has said repeatedly that there are more people working, that people aren't bad-mouthing Minnesota. He used that as the centerpiece of his campaign. If these numbers are correct, it seems to indicate that people didn't necessarily believe that. They voted for Governor Perpich anyway, which would indicate that they voted for him because he is personally popular and not because they enjoy or agree with some of the things that he was saying.
Is that going to push him into doing more or trying to do more to improve that business climate?
Well, there are those who say that any campaign makes a candidate better, makes a new governor better, makes any new public official better. It's very difficult to say. The governor has not, in this campaign, said what he is going to do for the next 4 years. He has not issued a single position paper. The governor has not issued in detail what he would do at all during the next 4 years. That has been a matter of some frustration to the Ludeman campaign. So this might push him in that direction. It's very hard to say at this point.
And he's also a lame duck this time around.
You bet.
That's right. Well, Trish Van Pilsen, who's been standing by outside of the state capitol waiting to talk to the governor, has had an opportunity now to go inside the governor's mansion and speak with him. Trish, his reaction?
Well, the governor will be leaving for DFL headquarters to thank supporters. He talked with us briefly, welcomed us into his house, and gave us the hot coffee and strudel that he, of course, has become famous for. He wouldn't allow any on-camera interviews since we talked with him exclusively a few hours ago. But he did tell us that he's confident, though he is not right now claiming victory officially. He says it is still very early. He is still watching results in his race, but more specifically, he is concerned now about the races for the Minnesota House. He also told us that he has lots of plans for the next few years, but as Pat just indicated, he is still not being specific, so I guess we'll just have to wait and see what he does with the next few years. Pat and Skip?
Okay, and exactly what time, Trish, does he plan to move on then to DFL headquarters, has he said?
He said that he is right now taking a shower, and as soon as he finishes up, he'll head right over.
Cleaning up, all
He'll
right.
smell good anyway.
Okay, thank you, Trish. We're going to be back, and we'll be rejoining CBS News in just a moment.
I'm about to show you how you can fight drafts and frosty windows with this window insulator kit from 3M. You just stick it in place from the inside, heat it with a hairdryer, and the wrinkles disappear. Airtight and clear as glass. Now you can see how cold it is out there without feeling it in here. Look for the 3M Indoor Window Insulator Kit, or the new Outdoor Kit. Outdoors.
Have you ever missed a great picture just because you were fooling with the settings so long that by the time you were ready to shoot, the picture had flown away? Well, Best Buy has come to the rescue with the Minolta Maxim. It's autofocus, auto everything, so all you have to do is point and shoot. Of course, as good as your Minolta Maxim is, it works better if you point it right at the subject. Now every Minolta product is specially priced at Best Buy Superstores.
Donahue, weekdays on Channel 4.
This is CBS News special coverage of Election Night 86 with Dan Rather, Bill Moyers, Bob Schieffer, Bruce Morton, Leslie Stahl, and Mike Wallace. And now from CBS News election headquarters in New York, here again is Dan Rather.
Good evening again. Headlines of the hour: the Democrats win Senate seats in Nevada and Louisiana. It's 10 p.m. in the east. The Senate story now is moving to farm country and the Rocky Mountain west. It is the sweet hour of prayer for Republicans in their hopes of holding on to control of the U.S. Senate. They desperately now need to start winning some. They have to take away some places that were previously Democratic, or they've had it in their fight to keep control of the Senate. First word from the Farm Belt is good word for the Democrats. They picked up a big Senate seat notch in the Farm Belt, South Dakota. Now, the polls have just closed in 6 more states, including Nevada and Louisiana, where Democrats have won big ones. Let's go to the states where there are Senate races and the polls have just closed this hour. There are the states seen in relief, 4 with Senate races. In Iowa, the Corn State, Senator Charles Grassley holds on to his Republican senatorial seat there, beating back Attorney John Rohring. Grassley and the Republicans win in Iowa. In Nevada, the Sagebrush State, this is for the seat of the retiring Republican Paul Laxalt, who has, perhaps one should say had, presidential aspirations. We will want to talk about that later. But U.S. Representative Harry Reid has beaten Laxalt's hand-picked successor, former U.S. Representative Jim Santini. The Democrats and Reid pick up a Senate seat in Nevada. In Utah, the Beehive State, Senator Jake Garn, the Republican, as expected, has rolled over real estate salesman Craig Oliver, the Democratic candidate there. So in Utah, the Republicans hold on to their seat. Garn, a big winner in Utah. Of the 4 states with Senate races where the polls have closed this hour, 2 were won by Republicans, 1 by the Democrats, a big win for the Democrats in Nevada. 1 remains undecided, that is in Idaho. Now, 4 states with governor's races where the polls have just closed this hour. Those states seen in relief on your map. In Nevada, Governor Richard Bryan, the Democrat, holds on to the capital in Nevada, beating back State Treasurer Patty Caparata. It's a win for the Democrats in Bryan in Nevada. Of the 4 states with governor's races where the polls closed this hour, the Democrats have won 1. 3 remain undecided. They are Iowa, New Mexico, and Idaho. Now, in Louisiana, where the polls closed some time ago, this is for the seat of retiring Democratic Senator Russell Long. CBS News believes that Representative John Breaux, the Democrat, has won over Representative Henson Moore, both of those veteran congressmen in Louisiana. A very hard-fought race. It may turn out that the difference in black precincts was enough to carry Breaux to victory in Louisiana. However, it happened. The Democrats hold on to their seat in Louisiana. That is bad news for the Republicans. The Republicans have not yet anyway, definitely lost control of the Senate, but it's sliding in the Democrats' direction rather rapidly now. Our CBS News estimate is that when all the votes in Louisiana are in and counted, that Breaux's margin over Moore, the Republican, will be on the order of 53 to 47%. Now, Bob Schieffer still races outstanding, but the Democrats seem to be closing in on their magic number of 16. They now have won 13 of the 16 they need.
Yes. And this one out in Nevada has got to be kind of an embarrassment for President Reagan. He went there twice in the last 2 days of the campaign. This is the seat of retiring Senator Paul Laxalt, his best friend in the Senate. And you'll remember, Dan, that a lot of people asked Paul Laxalt to run again. He said no, he wanted to run for president. He handpicked Jim Santini. Santini, a former Democrat, had been a Republican only since September. Somebody told me 2 or 3 weeks ago that Paul Laxalt campaigned harder in this campaign for Santini than he had ever campaigned for himself during his time out there. This, of course, puts the focus back on those races in the Deep South, Alabama and Georgia. Let's take a look at them and see how they're going now. In Alabama, where Jeremiah Denton, the former prisoner of war who came into office in 1980 with Ronald Reagan, is holding a slight lead over Richard Shelby, the conservative Democrat who challenged him. A little over half the precincts are reporting now, and Denton has a very slight lead. In Georgia, where the Republican incumbent Mattingly is being challenged by Congressman White Fowler, Fowler is leading with 54% of the precincts reporting, but the lead is very small, as you can see there. I think you're right, Dan. We can't say yet who's going to control the Senate, but the odds are moving into the Democrats' favor now as these races move across the time zones, move across the country.
Possibility, underscore, italicize the word possibility. If things continue to go in the Midwest and West as they've gone earlier in the evening, the Democrats could not only win the Senate, but they could have a fairly large working majority. That is, it might not be on the order of 51-49. It might be something larger than that if the current pattern continues.
If it continues, and we don't have any results yet that we can judge who's won in North Dakota, but recall that the Democrats have taken South Dakota. Some of our exit polling in North Dakota shows that farming and farm problems were also an issue in North Dakota that may not be good news for the Republicans there.
Want to emphasize that it is not over. This race is for control of the U.S. Senate is going deep into the evening. And while things look promising, very promising for the Democrats since they've won in Nevada and won in Louisiana and won in South Dakota, the Republicans still have a chance. Remember, we haven't heard from Idaho, California, Washington. Wisconsin is shaping up a surprise, very close race. But Bruce Morton, what I asked Paul Laxalt, the retiring Republican senator in Nevada, do you think this knocks him out of the box for any hope of getting the 1988 presidential nomination?
Well, you were just saying, Dan, that the race for control of the Senate isn't over, but the Laxalt presidential boomlet, I think, may well be over. It was a funny little boomlet anyway. It was really centered in and confined to people who knew Paul Laxalt well. He's a very likable man, and his backers were all the circle of people around the president. He's the president's best friend. He was getting support from people like Lynn Nofziger, President Reagan's longtime former political advisor. I don't know that anybody out in the rest of the country was very excited about this. And a lot of politicians not in that circle said, well, how is somebody going to run as a Republican, a party with a lot of evangelicals, who's from a state with legalized gambling, with county option prostitution, who used to own a casino? You know, that's going to be hard. Now his political prestige is kind of down the tube as well. He did recruit Jim Santini, got him to run, campaigned very hard for him, and lost. So I think any of the other candidates would say, well, you know, where's the magic?
Bruce, I want to come back perhaps later in the evening and talk about, you know, that speculation in political journalism is as relentless as a windshield wiper. There's been all this talk, nobody with any empirical evidence, saying, well, Ronald Reagan might resign the presidency, turning over to George Bush in a deal to get Laxalt to be vice president to line up something for 1988. Now, how do you feel about that kind of talk?
I think my mother would have said flabbergasted, Dan.
The race for control of the U.S. Senate hanging in the balance now. The Republicans, they've had pretty good news in the race for the governorships, but the Democrats have been happy about the Senate, particularly with their pickups now. In Nevada, a pickup earlier, North Carolina and Florida and Maryland. The Democrats have 13 of the 16 Senate seats they need for a flat majority in the Senate. They don't have control of the Senate yet. They haven't won it yet. They are getting very close. The Republicans now have to look. They must hold on to their seat in Wisconsin. The Republicans, that's a very close race. They have to win in Idaho. They have to come through with a victory in Washington. They cannot afford to lose another seat to the Democrats. The Democrats' net pickup right now has been 5. If the Republicans lose another net pickup to the Democrats, then it's sayonara. Now, Leslie Stahl, some real surprises among the governors. What about that Texas race where the Republicans win it, Clements over White?
A major jewel for the Republicans, one of the mega states. The Republicans take it over in one of the angriest and meanest rematches in the country in terms of governor's races. The incumbent Democrat Mark White against the Republican William Clements. Clements succeeded in attaching the bad economy in the oil patch to the incumbent White. White raised taxes. We were going to see if that really did hurt an incumbent. Apparently it did. William Clements, the Republican, as I said, it was a very angry and mean and nasty race with a lot of negative ads. We'd like to show you one of the negative ads that Bill Clements ran on television against the man he beat tonight, the Democrat Mark White. It was typical. Here we go.
Stray from the truth. Is that what Mark White was doing when he promised not to raise taxes and then tried to raise them every year he's been in office? Texas doesn't need a prevaricator. We need a leader like Bill Clements for the future of Texas.
Both of these men had very negative images going into the race, but Clements, as someone said to me, went to charm school and sort of smiled his way through the campaign. Let's take a look and see how we're doing across the country in terms of governor's races. Halfway through Reagan's second term, the Democrats still dominate in governor's races. As you can see, 34 Democrats in state houses against 16. There are 36 races up tonight, and let's see what's happened so far. So far, 7 Republicans have won, 11 Democrats have won, and 18 are undecided. But Dan, what that is so far really is a pickup, if you look at the net situation, of 5 state houses for the Republicans are halfway toward their goal of 10.
Republicans doing well in the race for the governorships, not so well in the race to keep control of the U.S. Senate. Nevada and Louisiana have gone to the Democrats. We'll have more from our CBS News election headquarters after these messages.
This portion of Election Night 86 is sponsored by General Motors, the GM Odyssey, science, not fiction.
We've always been concerned about safety here at GM.
So what are you doing about designing safer cars now?
Well, there's collision avoidance. It's a radar warning system that might be possible down the road. GM's also working on something called night vision.
How does it work?
By infrared.
Tom! Is he all right?
He's all right, he's all right.
The GM Odyssey, science, not fiction.
If you're looking for calcium in Corn Flakes or Raisin Bran, you can stop looking. There's none there. But Total has calcium, so now besides 100% of 9 vitamins and iron, Whole Wheat Total's the only major cereal that's a major source of calcium.
Okay, but why Tandy Computers? In a word, quality. We do it all, from custom-designed semiconductors to the finished product. Tandy business computers are manufactured in our own USA plants. We test and retest and test again to ensure one of the highest standards of quality in the industry. And Radio Shack provides total service and support. I'm convinced.
Tandy Computers at Radio Shack Computer Centers. In business, for business.
Tums doesn't have it. Rolaids doesn't have it. Malox Plus does. We have what you need for complete relief of excess acid, heartburn, and gas. Malox for acid and heartburn, plus simethicone for gas. Get complete relief. Try Malox Plus.
In the North Star State, the Democrats have held on to the governorship. Rudy Perpich has beaten State Representative Cal Ludeman. The Democrats hold on to the governorship in Minnesota. We have with us from Washington, Vice President George Bush, the 1986 frontrunner for the 1988 Republican presidential nomination. Thank you for being with us, Mr. Vice President. Over the last 2 weeks, President Reagan tried to make this election a referendum on him, his agenda, his effort to change, make a sea change in American politics. Now, is this a defeat for President Reagan and his agenda?
No. I just heard you announce the Clements victory, and I was with Bill Clements yesterday, and he was clearly standing with the president, speaking up for the policies of the president. Some things have gone with us and some not. So I think it's not over till it's over, as Yogi said, and we're going to wait to see what happens in the Senate. But the governorship sounds strong, and the House sounds reasonably good.
Well, do you plan to campaign for president in 1988 as a disciple of the Reagan agenda or strike out on your own?
I'm closely identified with the Reagan agenda and proud to stand on that.
The president campaigned in North Carolina, Florida, and Nevada, to name just 2 places. He's really campaigned hard in those places. Yeah. All of them went to the Democrats in the Senate races. Does that tell us that he has Teflon coattails?
No. He campaigned for Bill Clements, and we unseat a governor. And we can go state by state and look at places where he campaigned where things went well and some where they didn't. So I think we have to wait till we see the full result of these Senate races. I'm not trying to put a good face on something, but I'm hearing you all say it's not over, and we're going to stay in there. We had many more seats up, just as they did on the governorship. So I think it's awful early to make a decision on whether this is a victory or a defeat for the Reagan agenda or clearly for the president, who enjoys an unprecedented popularity.
Well, Mr. Vice President, what message do you get from the voters today? Let's say what message you get from farm country.
You get mixed messages. I want to see what I think of Texas as an agricultural state, my state, and I see an incumbent governor getting whipped down there, a Democrat, by a Republican. And I think it's too early to look all through the Midwest. Illinois is is a farm state. And it's not totally farm, but it's an agricultural state. Look what's happened. I don't know what's going to happen in Missouri, but I think, Dan, it's awful early to start saying that there's some message in the farm country. We know agriculture is hurting. We've done more in terms of funding for agriculture than the previous administrations by far. But that's not to say there's not some discontent, but there's plenty of people that don't blame the Republicans.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President.
Nice to be with you.
In the race for control of the United States Senate, the Democrats have won 13 Senate races. They need a total of 16 to get control of the U.S. Senate. They are breathtakingly close, but they are not yet there. Our CBS News coverage of Campaign 86 will continue.
It seems that some people have a financial plan with no plan at all. They just buy financial services when rates are high and investments are hot. Well, at Money Financial Services, we don't buy that idea. First, we'll sit down with you and work out a plan tailored to your financial needs. A plan you can start following now and all the way to your goals. Because we believe any other way will just be leaving you nowhere. Money Financial Services. We start with a plan and make it work.
Chapstick, please, sold out.
How about some?
Nope.
Chapstick's better than ever.
Chapstick.
Right here.
Oh, thank you.
It feels even softer, even smoother.
Robitussin Night Relief not only puts your cold to sleep, it lets you wake up feeling better and ready to go. Night Relief, the nighttime cold medicine from Robitussin.
When furniture has layers of ugly paint, use Formby's paint remover. But for old varnish, use Formby's furniture refinisher. An independent lab proved my paint remover is more powerful than other well-known brands, yet it won't raise the grain. Formby's furniture refinisher uses my special method to dissolve the ruined finish and reveal the wood's hidden beauty. So for paint, Formby's paint remover. And for varnish, Formby's furniture refinisher. For great results and guaranteed satisfaction, remember, there's only one Homer Formby.
A reprieve for the Republicans. They win the Senate seat in Missouri. That's a takeaway from the Democrats. It gives the Republicans a little bit of breathing room. Former Governor Kit Bond has beaten Harriet Woods in the Missouri Senate race. Now, what you're looking at is actual votes in and tabulated. Precincts reporting 69% of them. There are the totals. But based on our CBS News estimate is that Kit Bond has won the race for the Republicans in Missouri. That's a turnover for them, a pickup for the Republicans. Our CBS News estimate is when all the votes are in and counted that Bond will have won the race by about 53 to 47%. So here's the situation. The Democrats were hoping to pick up Missouri. It's been a close race all night long. The Republicans, this is the seat Thomas Eagleton is giving up for the Democrats. Kit Bond, the young Republican, wins it. So the Democrats hold. They've won 13 of the 16 Senate seats they need to reach to get control of the Senate. Now, the Republicans are looking now toward Wisconsin, where the incumbent Republican Senator Bob Caston is locked in a very tight duel with the Democrat Ed Garvey. North Dakota is still out. The Republicans now, it's must win for them in North Dakota. Idaho is still out. Must win for them in Idaho, particularly since the Republicans lost the Senate seat in Nevada. Washington and California, of course, still remain out and are very big in the equation at the moment. The Democrats still can say to themselves, well, it looks like we might get control of the Senate. The Republicans can still say to themselves, not yet, we have not lost it yet. Bill Plant at the White House, you've been there all evening long. I had someone hand me a note saying that the mood was getting to be funereal at the White House. That sounds a tad strong.
That may be a little strong, Dan, and it's true, as the Vice President said, that it's not over until it's over, but there is definite expectation here privately that the best that the Republicans can do at this point is a 50-50, which would be good enough with George Bush's vote to keep them in control, but there is a belief that they are likely going to lose the Senate. Now, this doesn't come as a great shock, but they had certainly hoped for better after all of the traveling that President Reagan did for them. They're engaged right now in trying to put the best face on things. President Reagan visited 22 states in the last year for Senate candidates. all over the country, many of them repeatedly. And although the White House makes the argument that he did better, that those candidates did better when he visited frequently, when he pulled them up by 2 and 3 points, nonetheless, a number of them lost. The Nevada race is a perfect example. We went back there twice in the last couple of days, and even though the gap was 13 points last week and got down to 8, it just didn't do any good.
Have you talked to anyone there about Paul Laxalt, the retiring Republican senator in Nevada? Bruce Morton said it would be his estimate. He's only guessing that Laxalt is now out of the 1988 race.
Dan, I have talked to people about that. They're very sad because of the closeness between Senator Laxalt and President Reagan, but that is the belief, that this pretty much puts paid to any bid for the presidency by Senator Laxalt.
Bill Moyers, quickly, however it turns out, you have to admire President Reagan for going to all those states. He really put himself on the line.
He is an old trooper. He has done more for old age than Methuselah. And he's given all of us hope that there's life in our senior years for anchormen, commentators, correspondents, and maybe even former news presidents.
Well, let us hope. The story of the hour, the Democrats, they need 16 Senate victories. They have 13. The Republicans have just picked up Missouri, a very big win for them, a turnover and a pickup for the Republicans there. Close races, Wisconsin, breathtakingly close at our last check. Still important races, North Dakota and Iowa is where our attention now turns. So, at this hour, the tight, well into the night battle for control of the U.S. Senate still hangs in the balance. Remember, there are a number of states still outstanding. This thing could turn around quickly. We don't expect that, but in politics, until it's over, who knows? Dan Rather at CBS News Election Headquarters in New York. Stay with us.
Friday on CBS.
Well, look at this rogues gallery. Now, what have I got here?
A scheming new blonde who has all of Dallas hot and bothered.
Good thing she didn't get here 5 minutes from now.
Then there's trouble between brothers.
I'm gonna kill Chase Gilberti.
Trouble between lovers. Trouble at Falcon Crest.
Bring a hanky. It's going to be a real tearjerker.
There's an old saying that goes, the only thing cold in Minnesota is the winter. We know it's true. The response to Coats for Kids was overwhelming. It reflects the true meaning of this saying. Our goal was 10,000 coats, and we collected nearly 25,000. It took thousands of people, their time, efforts, and hard work to pull it off. The work continues, getting the coats out to those who need them. We salute you for helping to keep our kids warm this winter. And for us, that's the best news of all.
I swear we've been through everything there is. Can't imagine anything the two of us can't do. Through the years, you've never let me down. And I'm so glad I stayed right here with you through the
Volvo, built to get you through the years.
Visit your local Volvo dealer for a test drive.
And we welcome you back to our Election Night 86 coverage. We're going to turn now to our curmudgeons, Dave Moore and Dave Nimmer, on some of their thoughts on that Hennepin County attorney race. Gentlemen?
Well, despite the fact that 1% of the precincts reporting is hardly meaningful, but here is an incumbent who has a 60-40% margin in a county where the crime was up over 17% last year, and his opponent, the challenger, Heffelfinger, claims to have the support of no fewer than 7 police organizations. What do you make of that? And why do we care, by the way?
Well, first of all, what I make of it is that the incumbent spent a lot of money to try to win this race. Both candidates spent $150,000 or more trying in this campaign.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a lot of money and a lot of effort. A lot of old-line DFLers were working for Tom Johnson. And the reasons why I think we care is because it's the most visible criminal justice system job in the state of Minnesota, outside of the Attorney General's office. And David, if the Republican Thomas Heffelfinger were to get that job, to be elected, it is a nice spot from which to carp against Skip Humphrey, the present Attorney General, because it's a law enforcement position. And I suspect that the Hennepin County Attorney's Office is also a breeding ground for Attorney General candidates. I think those are the reasons why that race is so important. They sure put a lot of time and effort and money.
Heffelfinger couldn't make any of his charges stick. Remember, he chastised Johnson for not prosecuting himself in court, and Johnson recounted that his job is an administrative job. He has to overlook that whole sea of lawyers out there to make sure they're doing their job.
And on the plea bargaining issue, the newspaper poll took that right away from Thomas Heffelfinger. It said the county attorney is tougher on plea bargains than most other county attorneys.
You think that 60-40 is going to hold?
We'll see. I'm looking. Skip, Pat?
Okay, thank you. You know, interesting, too, about that race, Skip, they say that more money has been spent in that Hennepin County attorney's race than anyone can recall in the history of that campaign.
And it shows the importance of it this time around and the importance that it will have in '88. We will have more Minnesota returns for you a bit later, but first, after these messages, we'll return to CBS News election headquarters in New York.
Came a moment when all the elements came together, unleashing a superbly equipped new breed of compact car, the Dodge Shadow, with 2 or 4 door availability, affordable price, a $550 protection plan. The new Dodge Shadow is going to cast a giant shadow across America. Dodge setting new standards of performance.
Hey, Mom, what's for dinner? What would you like? Something special.
Vandecamp's frozen fish.
Something different. Correction, very different.
They taste fresh because they're frozen fresh. And they're dipped in crispy golden breadcrumbs or fresh egg batter for a taste your family will love.
Remember, Mom likes something fast. No problem there, Mom.
Vandecamp's, the freshest ideas in frozen fish.
Well, as Election Night 86 continues, we're going to return now to CBS News and Dan Rather as they continue their national coverage.
Must be saying for themselves, how big can we win? That's what they're saying around their headquarters. The Republicans around their headquarters are probably saying something along the line is there any way we can hold on? And there is a way that they can hold on. We're now down to 8 swing races, folks, and these are the ones to watch. If you're thinking about straying away here, remember that there are 8 swing races. 8 Republican incumbent senators are still out there on the line. Alabama, which has been a tight race all night long. Georgia, also tight. Yes, we know that some others have said, well, the Republicans have won Georgia. We're not at the point where we'll say that in the Georgia Senate race yet. North Dakota is still out. These are all Republican races. They can't afford to lose any of these. Wisconsin, Idaho, and Washington. Now, Democratic seats where decisions are not in, California and Colorado. If the Democrats were to lose either one or both of those, the Republicans could be right back in the race. So 11 of the Senate races are still undecided. The Republicans have won 10 of the 19 Senate races that they must win. The Democrats have won 13 of the 16 they must win. Now, Bob, the Republicans found out early there was going to be a hard row of stumps this evening because they lost that Florida Senate race.
That's right, Dan, and both of those candidates down there have now commented on the race. This is the first candidates that we've heard from tonight, and let's hear what they said about it. First, Paula Hawkins.
If the early indicators continue and Bob Graham is elected to the United States Senate, I want to assure him that he will have the fullest support from the senator to make his move to Washington an easy one.
We are going to Washington with a proud legacy, heritage, and a proud statement of what America needs to be, because if America deals with Florida's problems today, it is dealing with America's problems tomorrow.
And as we said, Dan, that was the first turnover of the night. Governor Graham taking the seat held by Republican Paula Hawkins. He will be, in many ways, just as conservative as Republican Paula Hawkins. He backs the president on such things as contra aid. He's very strong on law enforcement issues. But getting back to the races tonight, still the close one, the one to watch, is up in North Dakota, where you see now Senator Mark Andrews, the incumbent Republican, is trailing the Democrat Kent Conrad. We reported a while ago that some of our exit polls were showing that 45% of North Dakotans said that the farm issue was the #1 issue. And those who listed that as the #1 issue went 3-2 for Democrat Conrad. I think I said, Dan, a while ago, and you rightly corrected me, that was good news. I obviously meant that was good news for Conrad because we didn't have any returns in at that time. Certainly, if anyone took that the wrong way, that was a slip of the tongue. Didn't mean it that way. But let's look at how we stand right now. Remember, we started the evening with the Republicans holding 53 of the Senate seats, the Democrats holding 47. Why did the Republicans have such a tough row to hoe tonight? Because 22 of the seats at risk were Republican seats, only 12 were Democratic seats. How have the Republicans done thus far? Watch where the red pops up. Those are the states where the Republicans have kept their seats. But look at the blue. These are seats, North Carolina, Nevada, South Dakota, Florida, Maryland, where Democrats have taken seats formerly held by the Republicans. How have the Democrats done with their seats? It went this way tonight. Watch the blue. Those are the seats that the Democrats have kept. The Republicans have taken one Democratic seat. That's the seat in Missouri. So at this hour, here's how the Senate looks. 41 seats are held by the Republicans. 48 seats are held by the Democrats. We still have 11 races to be decided. Dan, one thing also to keep in mind, we're talking about the Democrats have won 13 seats and they need 3 more seats to take control of the Senate. Keep in mind that in Hawaii, Senator Dan Inouye does not have a strong opponent. No one thinks that Inouye is going to lose. So one way you can look at it, the Democrats now need 2 seats to take control of the Senate, if you can see that the Democrats are going to win Hawaii.
Which makes Idaho, Washington, and California increasingly big states to watch. Let's try to do a little analysis of why what has happened has happened. It isn't all bad news for the Republicans by any stretch of the imagination. First of all, they have not yet lost control of the Senate. Secondly, they're doing very well among the governorships. Thirdly, in the battle for how big the Democrats' margin is going to be in the House, the Republicans have at least a fighting chance, we think a fairly good chance, of keeping the Democratic gain in the House of Representatives down to 1 digit. So there's a mixed set of signals coming from the electorate. Bill Moyers, we were just talking to some of the people who do a lot of polling, and what they found was over 50% of the people coming out of polling places today said they voted on the basis of character, not on party or the issues.
If you look at each one of these races, you find some individual distinctive feature in every one of the races, so that you get in South Dakota, Dashley beating Abner, mainly because there's dissatisfaction out there with the farm issue, and Dashley is a big spending fellow when it comes to the farm issue. If you go down to to Florida, you find that Paula Harkins, who'd been ill for a while, Bob Graham had been very popular. That's a different kind of issue from South Dakota. You go right on around these states, and always there is a tributary running off the main Mississippi of our national politics that affects each local race. And these Democrats who are being elected, they're a mixed group too, Dan. They're not divided. They're divided on Central America, tax, trade, Star Wars, abortion, all these issues. Take the fellow who just won the Republican seat out in Nevada, a Democrat. He voted against aid to the Contras. He voted for Star Wars funding. He supports the MX, but he's opposed to abortion and the ERA. You get Terry Sanford, who's an out-and-out civil rights liberal from North Carolina, and you go on out to Nevada, and you get a fellow who's got a good rating from the AFL and the CIO, but who is also very conservative on some other issues. So this is a mixed bag that you're pulling up out of the Senate races tonight.
As we watch the key races that we're waiting to be decided now, North Dakota, Idaho, California, Washington, among them, still a close race. In Alabama, it's been a close race all night long. The Democrats getting close to winning control of the Senate, but they have not yet done so. Bruce Morton, how is the climate in 1988 likely to be different? And for one thing, you have a lot of the early primary attention in the South this time, and the Democrats, Terry Sanford winning in North Carolina, Bob Graham, very attractive young governor, being promoted to the Senate in Florida. How's it going to change the 1988 equation?
Well, I think the South is, in a lot of ways, Dan, the most interesting battleground tonight because it's going to be so important 2 years from now. And the reason it's going to be so important is easy. We've got a map or two that just absolutely points that out. In 1976, these are the states that had primaries or caucuses on or before the second Tuesday in March. And boy, there aren't very many of them. And now, if you look at the next map, those are the states that are doing it in 1988. And as you can see, a lot of the new ones are in the South. As you can see, it's very heavy. Each party will have selected almost half of its delegates that early. And given the kind of momentum that people build up in early primaries, it's hard to see how any other primary is going to turn that around. So with that as a basis, we did some exit polling in the South today. And starting with the Democrats, here's how it came out. Gary Hart, the front-runner, but not much of a front-runner. 22% is not an overwhelming margin. The Reverend Jesse Jackson is second, but the interesting thing about him, two things. Almost all of his votes are black. 86% of his vote is black. But only about 40% of the blacks in the South voted for him. He didn't get the kind of monolithic support he was getting 2 years ago. A bit of support for New York's Governor Cuomo, for Georgia's Senator Sam Nunn, and a whole lot of support. The real front-runner here was for somebody else, anybody else. Now, if you go over into the state of Georgia, Sam Nunn, who is better known in his home state, becomes somebody else, and he is far and away the leader. As for the Republicans, pretty straightforward there. George Bush, as he was in our exit polling in all the regions, everywhere around the country, smartly out in front of everybody else, and a good second-place showing for the Senate Majority Leader, so far anyway, still Bob Dole of Kansas. But the South looks like a battleground, and there does seem, Dan, to be some yearning out there on the Democratic side for a new face.
Thank you, Bruce. We'll continue to watch breathtakingly close races, Senate races in Alabama, Georgia, North Dakota, Wisconsin, Idaho, and Washington, not to mention California and Colorado. The Democrats have 13 of the 16 victories they need. They are close, but, again, not yet there. There's much, much more to come as our coverage of Campaign 86 continues after these messages.
There's something new from Selsun Blue. New extra medicated Selsun Blue in a new blue bottle. What's so new?
It's extra medicated for the symptoms of my serious dandruff.
And it tingles as it works.
That's because it has an extra medicine, plus the ingredient recommended most by doctors. You can buy a more effective dandruff ingredient without a prescription. For serious dandruff, all Selsun Blue formulas, including new extra medicated Selsun Blue, have the ingredient recommended most by doctors.
The special richness of Folgers crystals. Enjoy the same richness in decaffeinated Folgers crystals, made from Folgers mountain-grown coffee. The only decaffeinated with Folgers' rich aroma and those dark, sparkling crystals that burst into Folgers' deep, rich flavor.
That
is rich. Enjoy Mountain Grown decaffeinated Folgers crystals.
I own a PC and a VCR, a condo on the beach, and my own company. But I don't own a car. I lease with GMAC. For me, leasing was smarter than buying. It's just good money management. And since I worked out the terms with my GM dealer, I can pay less each month. It was easy. Now I've got the new car I want, and leasing frees up my money for other things.
GMAC Leasing, only at your GM dealer. For you, it just might be smarter than buying.
Aren't you lucky to live in America? When I have a taste for the world's great chicken dishes, I have to use my passport. Your passport, however, is Tyson chicken entrees. Delicious international meals like Tyson chicken cannelloni. Tremendously tantalizing. And fortunately, Tyson prepares chicken in so many delicious ways. Tyson is the only passport you need for a world of great tastes. Perhaps I should move to the States.
The Democrats have picked up Senate seats in South Dakota and in Nevada. The Republicans have picked up a Senate seat in Missouri. Very tight race in Wisconsin and Alabama, not to mention Georgia. Still a lot to be decided in the race for control of the U.S. Senate. The Republicans doing quite well in their efforts to pick up governorships in South Carolina. Leslie, an extremely tight race there.
Dan, this was one of the major testing grounds for Southern realignment in terms of Ronald Reagan and the Republicans. Carol Campbell, the Republican, is in a dead heat with the Lieutenant Governor, Mike Daniels, the Democrat, who is not picking up as many of the black votes as a Democrat really needs to push it over the top right now anyway, and they're dead even.
We'll be keeping a close eye on that race, as will Reverend Jesse Jackson, who is joining us from Chicago now. Good evening, Reverend Jackson. You ran for president in 1984, and about 1988, what's the word?
Well, we've not yet made a decision. We're very optimistic at the increased growth, of the black vote, but also of our coalition. As I look at this data across the South, the one thing that's clear to me, the issue in 88 will not be nearly so much about race as it would have been 10 years ago, as much as the issues of economic justice. There'll be no governor standing in schoolhouse doors in 88, but there will be concern about the impact of plants closing on workers without notice, about the collapse of farms. These are going to be issues of great significance as we look toward 88.
Reverend Jackson, there's been a lot of talk about the Democratic Party moving back toward the center. You agree that's a good idea?
Well, it's going to have to. Its base constituency has been hurt severely by Reaganomics. While Reagan has put a lot of focus on the success of the billionaires up top and the increased income of the top 40%, it's now making 6-8% of our income. Our strength really lies in the 3 million people who are homeless. And there are 9 million people unemployed, and another 9 million underemployed. The real need for some kind of national health insurance plan. Our base constituency happens to be people who have suffered severely under this administration.
Reverend Jackson, I want Bruce Morton to join us here. Bruce?
Reverend, one of the things we see in exit polling today is that you were not getting, when we asked who would you support for president, the kind of monolithic support in the black community you did 2 years ago. Votes in general seem to be more split up, and a lot of Democrats were saying they wanted somebody else, some kind of new face. Does that surprise you?
Well, it doesn't. 2 years ago, I was running. Tonight, I am not running. I would have reason to believe that if the issues are about voter rights enforcement, if the issues are about social and economic justice, if the issues have to do with where we stand on Southern Africa and Central America, if I were to be running, I would get a strong vote from the South, and I think the base would be much broader than just black base. The work we've done in getting youth to say no to drugs, the work we have done in helping family farmers, the work we've done in workers fighting wage concessions has increased the strength of our coalition. So in the real sense, tonight it's not just a matter of changing parties, it must be a matter of changing direction. And that's the opportunity the Democrats will have in the Senate. We cannot very well just change parties and still, vote for Graham, Ruppman, Hollins type legislation. You can't just change parties and still vote for the SDI and Star Wars and ignore the earth hazards. So the real challenge is going to be beyond changing labels. We must change directions and be a real live alternative to what has been devastating to millions of Americans.
Reverend Jackson, thank you very much for being with us. Thank you. Bill Moyers, how significant was the black vote in these key Senate races? It seems to be sort of a mixed bag as best I can make it out, but you've looked into it a little more deeply.
Well, it's been very, very significant in some of the most important races. In Maryland, for example, where Democrat Barbara Mikulski won, she got 88% of the black vote. Without the black vote in Maryland, that race would have been much closer. In Louisiana, the Democrat who picked up the seat tonight got 83% of the black vote. And in North Carolina, where Democrat Terry Sanford was elected tonight, taking a Republican seat, Terry Sanford got 94% of the black vote. Dan, this is an interesting trend in political life. And the Republicans have won 4 of the last 5 presidential races by dominating the white vote in the South. Unless the Democrats come up with somebody in presidential elections who can reach the black vote and the white liberal vote in the South, they can write off the South in presidential elections no matter what happens in Senate, gubernatorial, and House elections. And that's the quandary facing the Democrats.
Bill Moyers, we want to get to Phil Jones and talk about control of the House of Representatives and whether the Democrats will be held to a single-digit gain in their House majority or whether they'll earn something more than that. But very quickly, Bob Schieffer, in the race for control of the U.S. Senate, the Democrats have been breathtakingly close for about an hour and a half, but it's yet to be decided. Besides the very tight race in Wisconsin, where else should we be looking as a possible tip as to how this is going to go?
Alabama's still too close to call. Georgia's still too close to call. North Dakota's still too close to call.
Phil Jones in Washington, watching the returns come in on those House races. The Democrats started the night 253 to 180 with 2 seats vacant over the Republicans in the House. When all the House races, a lot of money was spent, wasn't it?
A whole lot. In fact, when all the figures are in, there will be at least 5 members who spent more than $1 million. And some of these people, including Jack Kemp, got much more than that. Kemp is the big spender with at least $1.7 million, and he ended up with a very easy race. He has won tonight. In Massachusetts 8, Joseph Kennedy, he won in the seat that has been held by House Speaker Tip O'Neill for the past 34 years. He spent $1.4 million. But some of the old-timers learned a lot about spending money, too. Claude Pepper down in Florida has spent at least $1 million. Jake Pickle out in Texas, $1 million. But money hasn't worked tonight for Mark Holtzman, a Republican from Pennsylvania's 11th District. Before it's over, he will have spent more than $1 million, and it appears that he has lost to the Democratic incumbent, Paul Kanjorski. Dan?
Phil, a point that was we talked about before our broadcast tonight, an awful lot of money went into House races where there was an incumbent who had very weak opposition. That's part of the name of the game, isn't it?
It certainly is. Money, money, money. They have to have it in these House races just like they do in the Senate races. And it was interesting in the Kemp race, for example, he used a lot of this money, yes, in the district, but he spent a lot of time outside running for the presidency. But money has become a big factor. These people have got to get their PACs and work just like the Senate candidates.
Thank you, Phil. Money may be their dictator. Time is ours. Time for me to say we'll be back with more of Campaign 86 after First Please these messages.
When you think of one name that means everything in coffee makers.
What's the one that comes to everyone's mind?
Mr. Coffee.
Because Mr. Coffee's been America's best-selling brand for over 12 years.
You might select Mr. Coffee under the cabinet.
Or Mr. Coffee Jr.
Or the new International Design Series, the newest member of the Mr. Coffee family.
Style.
Quality.
Dependability.
And of course, all this from Mr. Coffee.
Why you bother me, boy? Are you crazy?
I'm a chicken hawk and you're a chicken. Are you coming quietly or do I have to mush you up?
You're going at it all wrong, son. You gotta go to Kentucky Fried Chicken if you want to catch America's favorite chicken. It's a great place to get a great meal. No one makes tender, juicy chicken like the Colonel. It's finger-licking good. Here, son, let me give you a lift.
We do chicken right.
A savings and loan person might try to look like or even call himself a banker. A stockbroker might try to sound like a banker. A credit union, even a car maker might try to act like a banker now and then.
Of course, a place you're sure to find a banker is at a full-service bank. That's where you can count on safety, convenience, and working with someone who has the experience, training, and know-how to take care of all your financial needs with confidence. After all, a banker is what makes your bank a bank. America's full-service bank, where you see this sign.
Tums doesn't have it. Rolaids doesn't have it. Maalox Plus does. We have what you need for complete relief of excess acid, heartburn, and gas. Maalox for acid and heartburn, plus simethicone for gas. Get complete relief. Try Maalox Plus.
Does your multivitamin measure up to Avail? Avail is the only multivitamin that's calcium intensive. So you get your vitamins, minerals, and all the extra calcium you need in one tablet. For vitamins and calcium together, nothing measures up to Avail.
We're nearing 11 o'clock in the east, nearing 11 o'clock p.m. in the east. And at 11 o'clock, remember, some very big and important state Senate races. The Senate races in some big states may be decided. State of Washington, state of California, state of Idaho. The Republicans have been hanging on the edge of losing control of the Senate for quite a long time, but they haven't yet lost it. The Democrats have won 13 Senate seats so far. Remember, any way you cut it, if they win 16, it's over. They get control of the Senate. They've won 13 thus far, including South Dakota and Nevada, but the Republicans took a seat away from the Democrats in Missouri. The Republicans need 19 wins overall. They have 10 so far. There are 11 races still undecided. In New Mexico, in a governor's race, the Republicans pick up a seat held by a Democrat. This is for the seat of retiring Democratic Governor Tony Anaya. Gary Carruthers has beaten businessman Ray Powell. The Republicans pick up the New Mexico governor's chair. Races we're watching: Alabama still extremely close, Georgia, North Dakota, Wisconsin, and among the Democratic seats, Colorado is still out there. The Republicans, hoping against hope, they can pick that up. Mike Wallace, who's been watching.
Good evening to you. Skip Loescher with Pat Miles, and we now have the first returns coming in on the important and very controversial Scott County Attorney's race. And if they continue, or this trend continues, it would be a big shock, to say the least. However, there are only 7% of the precincts reported thus far. That's important. Not very many returns thus far. But James Torito leading Kathleen Morris 76-24 with 7% of the precincts in, and that's probably, of course, a referendum on the Jordan sex abuse cases and how Kathleen Morris handled them.
Earlier, Skip, we had just 1% of the precincts reporting in that Hennepin County race. Now we have 4% of the precincts reporting. And as you can see, the incumbent Tom Johnson continues to lead with 57% now of the votes that are in. However, the gap has closed somewhat. Mike Walsher right now standing by with Tom Heffelfinger at Independent Republican headquarters. Mike, I understand you've caught up with him finally, and I'm sure he's had these earliest returns.
Yes, indeed, we have, Pat. Tom Heffelfinger is here, has been here most of the evening. And, Tom, what is your reaction to the numbers you just saw?
I'm very encouraged. As I understand it, most of those numbers came from the southeast area of Minneapolis or from the inner city of Minneapolis, and we felt that if we were drawing 35 to 40% in the early running on those numbers from those areas, we'd be doing very well. So I'm very encouraged.
What do you think was your most important issue in bringing people to vote for you?
I think the issue here was the qualifications of the two candidates. My experience as a prosecutor, my experience of working with the other parts of the law enforcement community as compared to my opponent's lack of any experience in this business and his lack of support from the people he's supposed to be working with. Those were the issues.
Was it a negative, low campaign?
No, not at all. When you've got two people with very different backgrounds running a very close race, you run on your record. I ran on mine, my opponent ran on his record, and I don't think a campaign like this one was, which highlighted the records of the two opponents, can hardly be called a negative campaign.
What do you think you're going to win by?
Well, it's going to be a close race, and I expect to be here late, but and I'm not making any numbers predictions.
All right, thank you very much. Tom Heffelfinger, live at IR headquarters, and back to you, Skip and Pat.
Thanks very much, Michael. There are some very important races over in Wisconsin as well. Don Shelby, what do they look like at this point?
There's some surprises going on in Wisconsin, some things that don't turn out to be very much of a surprise. The incumbent governor, Anthony Earl, is leading now 53% to 47% over his challenger, former Representative Tommy Thompson. We'd like to look at the Senate race in Wisconsin. This is where the surprise is beginning to brew. Ed Garvey, the former executive director of the National Football League Players Association, is leading and substantially leading Robert Caston Jr., the incumbent Republican senator for Wisconsin, and that has only 2% of the precincts reporting so far. We have some returns, too, to report from a very interesting race for the Attorney General in the state of Wisconsin. Bronson LaFollette, a long history, a legacy of service to Wisconsin with the name of LaFollette, is leading by a slim margin of 51.5% to 48.5% against a man named Donald Hanaway, an attorney and a state senator. We're also going to report to you tonight some of the returns coming in from South Dakota. Bad news for the Republicans there. Tom Daschle leads Jim Abnor 51% to 49%, and in fact, the CBS estimates have given the race to Daschle. In the United States Senate race in North Dakota, the same is true there. Apparently, that is a referendum against President Reagan's farm policies. Conrad in the lead here, 52% to Mark Andrews, 48%. There are two important referenda on the ticket right now, referenda rather, with 5% of the precincts reporting. This vote is a question of whether they should have businesses open on Sundays. It is to repeal basically a blue law. The yes vote would keep things open on Sundays, and it is failing. A second referendum on the ticket is to call for a lottery in North Dakota. Yes would favor the lottery, as you see here, and it is also failing. We're going to keep in touch with the Wisconsin races, North and South Dakota. North and South Dakota Senate races at least seem to be, at least by the pollsters, to have been decided, but that Caston-Garvey race is still a very close one.
That has to be, those two Dakota races have to be major disappointments for President Reagan, especially the one in South Dakota, where he was in there twice trying to get Jim Abner reelected, and apparently he has no coattails.
Absolutely, and the way CBS is pointing out right now that where the president has visited in the close races, the Republicans have lost in
North Carolina as well. Maybe
it's
a backlash. Thanks, Don.
Well, as the precincts begin reporting now in Hennepin County and across the state, we're going to be back with some more returns, so stay with us.
Their appearance. They lose their motivation to achieve. And let's face it, what goes in your body eventually shows up on the outside. The bottom line is stay away from drugs, but do it because you care about yourself.
Brought to you by the Minnesota State High School League.
And we welcome you back to Election Night 86 coverage. We're going to take a look right now at some of the early results that have come in on those Hennepin County Commissioner races. Very important, of course, for the Democrats who are trying to maintain their control there. In County District number 1, with 11% of the precincts reporting, as you can see, Jeff Sparks, who is leading, actually ran unopposed because his opponent, Nancy Krieger, dropped out of the race earlier. And in District number 4, Hennepin County Commissioner District number 4, with 3% of the precincts reporting, the incumbent John Darris against his opponent Dave Sena. As you can see, 75% for Darris. In Hennepin County District number 6, with now 17% of the precincts reporting, the incumbent again, Sam Savanich, with 74% of those votes that are now in against his opponent, Mr. Davis. And in Hennepin County District number 7, with 7% of the precincts reporting, Mark Andrew with 74%. That was supposed to be a close race. So far as you can see, it is not against John Hancock. And in the sheriff's race for Hennepin County, with 7% of the precincts reporting, Don Olmott, the sheriff for 20 years now, leading his opponent with 72% of the vote. Skip.
And in Ramsey County, John Finley, the 46-year-old incumbent, is trying for another four-year term on the Ramsey County board. And if these figures hold up, Mr. Finley will be back there for another 4 years, a substantial lead over 42-year-old Charles Barkley. Some U.S. congressional races now. District number 1, that's in the southeastern part of the state. The incumbent, Tim Penny, winning big, 83 to 17%, now only 1% of the precinct in, though. We have a couple of other U.S. House races at this point. District 3, suburban Minneapolis, where the incumbent Republican Bill Frenzel is holding a commanding lead over the Democrat Ray Stock. Down to District 4, that's the St. Paul election involving Representative Bruce Vento and Harold Stassen, the former governor of Minnesota. Stassen ran a campaign not very well financed, and he doesn't look like he's going to win either. In District 5, basically Minneapolis, Bloomington, and Richfield, Martin Sabo, the Democrat, looks like he'll be returned. That is, if these figures hold up, only 12% of the precincts in, at least right now. District 6, a race between incumbent Democrat Jerry Sikorsky and Barbara Sikora, the mother of 4, a teacher. Sikorsky with a commanding lead there. And in District 7, this is the one race that could be close, if one is going to be close, and that's probably doubtful. Right now, the incumbent Republican Arlen Stanglin with a fairly commanding lead over the Detroit Lakes Democrat Colin Peterson. And in District number 8, this one should be a walkaway for the incumbent Democrat Jim Oberstar, and it looks like it will be.
We're going to talk right now with Pat Kessler, who has been following, of course, the state capitol and all of the state races throughout the past year. He's here now to give us some of his own analysis of what to expect.
In the legislature, things are beginning to happen. We are starting to get returns as we speak. The returns are coming in about 2 hours after the poll. In District 63, officially, 17% of precincts reporting John Marty, the DFLer, leading Bob Fletcher, 58 to 42%. That is a surprise there. John Marty was expected to trail the St. Paul policeman. And in District 64, with 33% of the precincts reporting, Dick Cohen, the state representative running for the Senate, leading Bill Ridley, 56% to 44%. Unofficially, we have some more numbers. We are showing that as the votes are coming in, more than 50% in the Cohen-Ridley race. Cohen is leading 54 to 46%. And in other parts of the city, in Minneapolis and in St. Paul, we've got a number of different DFL races which are now starting to pick up. Gene Wagenius has beaten Ted Noble, it appears, and Rich O'Connor has beaten Republican Ferderer in that district. DFLers are picking up in the city.
Anything at all surprising?
Yes, the Marty Fletcher race is surprising, and it's beginning to appear that John Marty may pull an upset victory. It's too soon to tell, but John Marty is leading Bob Fletcher with most of the precincts reporting, so we're going to be watching that very closely. That is one of our target districts, and we will be able to tell by the end of the night whether or not the Democrats or the Republicans control the House and the Senate. And at this point, as I said, in the Twin Cities, the Democrats are winning.
That's assuming you can wait up till 4 in the morning when the paper ballots from Angle Inlet.
I'll be here when you are. Right.
Okay, thank you. On the statewide level, Democrats almost a clean sweep. Arnie Carlson being reelected. Alan Cox standing over at our North Star poll election headquarters. Alan?
Skip, we have the final results now. These are the results of 1,003 interviews conducted this afternoon and evening. It shows Rudy Perpich winning re-election as governor of Minnesota by a 14 percentage point margin over challenger Cal Ludeman. Perpich doing well in the metro area and in northeastern Minnesota. Ludeman doing well in the southern part of the state. Of the other constitutional offices, Hubert Humphrey III winning handily over his independent Republican opponent. The same is true for Secretary of State Joan Grow, a 2-to-1 margin in her race. Auditor Arnie Carlson, the one independent Republican incumbent, has won by a substantial margin over the DFL-endorsed candidate, John Dooley. And in a race we consider too close to call, the state treasurer's race, the independent Republican John Drew, shown here, leading by a statistically insignificant margin for a poll of this sort over the DFL endorsee. Two more statistics on the governor's race that I think tend to confirm some of the analyses leading up to the election. Of the people we polled today, nobody really disliked either of the candidates. Cal Ludeman had a 55% favorable rating of all the people who went to the polls today in our sample. Rudy Perpich is 63%. Each candidate's unfavorable rating was only about 32%. Cal Ludeman really did not turn off the voters. He seemed not to give them a strong reason, or at least not to give many of them a strong reason to vote out the incumbent. Another statistic, we asked the people in our sample, do you think Minnesota's economy is getting better? Do you think it's going to be doing about the same, or do you think it's getting worse? 62% said they thought the state's economy is getting better or will be about the same. Only 33% said it was getting worse. Now, a third sounds like a large number, but once again, Cal Ludeman doing well among that one-third who thought the state's economy was getting worse, but by a 2-to-1 margin, the voters think things are getting better, at least just the same, and they're doing well. Rudy Perpich did well among those groups. We'll have more analysis later on. Pat and Skip?
All right, some interesting analysis. Yeah. And what's interesting, Skip, and we talked about it earlier, is the fact that Cal Ludeman is a young man, 35 years old, so he really is only just beginning and doing quite well.
Well, just beginning if you ever hear from him again. I guess the problem right now is that if he loses this one, he has no office at all and no public forum. Someplace along the line, he's going to have to get his hand back in publicly if he's going to be a force in the years to come.
I have a feeling we will be hearing from him soon.
And
in fact, we may be hearing from him when we return in just a moment.
If you're on the go tonight, take along a portable radio tuned.
Have you ever been hungry? Have you ever wondered where your next meal would come from? I have. A long time ago, people like these meant a lot to me and my family. They're giving their time, food, and money, their love, because they know anyone can be hungry. Have you ever needed a place to stay, clothes to keep you warm? These people are giving their time, money, and extra clothing, their love, because they know that anyone can be homeless. You know, some people who were donating their food and clothing last year are eating with us today. Life is a round table. What we put on it comes back to us. Open your hearts to the hungry and homeless in your community. Give to your local food and shelter programs, because when someone is down and needs help, don't question, just help them.
Find out how you can help. Call 1-800-652-9747.
All right, Cal Ludeman is now making an appearance at IR headquarters at the Radisson South. Mike Walsher is standing by.
Right you are, Skip. Cal, can I have a word with you quickly, sir? We're trying to get in here now with Cal. Cal, what is your reaction to the numbers that you've seen from the North Star poll?
Well, it's early in the evening yet. We've always had to have real people go to the polls and vote, and their votes haven't been counted yet.
You are not conceding that?
No, I'm not.
How late do you think this might go here tonight?
Well, I don't know. I have to see some of the precincts be counted first, and we want to see some of those counts come in and see how it looks. And obviously, we have different pockets of strength all over the state of Minnesota, as the governor does.
What are your feelings tonight, Cal, as you wind up the campaign?
Well, I feel tremendous. You see the people in this room and all the work that they've done, all the commitment that they've given to this campaign, and that makes me feel awfully good.
How late do you think you'll be until you get some result that you'll know up or down tonight?
Well, I don't know. I would think in another hour or so we'd know a whole lot more than we do now, and I'm going to wait that hour.
Are you not concerned that virtually every news organization in the state is so far saying that you can't win tonight?
Cal Ludeman now making his way forward amongst a crowd of about 300 or so here at the Radisson South. These people who have been waiting throughout the evening for him to appear, and he finally has now. He is not here, as you heard, to concede. He's here simply to talk to his IR faithful and to tell them to hold on. He's not ready to concede until he hears some more numbers from various precincts around the state. The 35-year-old independent Republican served 3 terms in the Minnesota House. A dark horse candidate who won the independent Republican nomination for governor this year, beat out a lot of better-known people to get where he is and to run against a very popular incumbent governor. Today we talked with Cal Ludeman when he voted at the Marion Town Hall in southwest Minnesota, and he said he wished he had come out earlier and harder against Governor Perpich. He felt that he didn't lash out hard enough against the governor early enough, and Cal Ludeman is now coming up to the stage and will very quickly be speaking to the crowd of about 300 to 400 people. Have been rather subdued throughout the evening. They have not really been fired up until the last few minutes when Dave Urenberger, Rudy Boschwitz, and finally Cal Ludeman arrived here to talk to them. Cal Ludeman.
Over here. Thank you. Thank you very much. Congressman, how are you? Thank you. Senator, how are you? Thank you. Thank you very much. I know you. I know this lady, too. Thank you. All the way back there. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, and kids, Thank you. I'm here. This is good. Yes. Thank you. Let me say just a few words. Don't let me say anything. Norm, how are you? Thank you. Hopefully, this means you don't want me to concede this race, and I won't. Thank you. What this campaign has been all about is that dedicated people all over the state of Minnesota, when they decide they want to change things, they're able to do so. And until those votes are counted, until those people have a chance to have their vote recorded in this race, they need to know that Cal Ludeman's going to stand next to them, and that Dennis Schulstead is going to too. We want their votes counted. I need to say, as I look over this room, I remember all the kinds of campaign experiences that you and I have went through. We have challenged the future of this state. We have asked the governor important questions. We think that he needs to answer those questions whether he's elected governor or not. And we think we're the ones in the position to push this state into the future of what we need to do heading into the 1990s. Until this campaign is over, until those votes are counted, each other in the eye and say, sticking on Minnesota. Let's go.
Cal Ludeman not being willing to concede defeat at this moment, but I think deep down, knowing that he has probably lost. Our final North Star election poll figures show Rudy Perpich with 56% and Ludeman with 42.
And obviously, we should point out we had just a slight technical error there.
Yeah,
it was not DFL headquarters, of course. It was Independent Republican headquarters. We're going to go right now to Alan Cox. Alan, in spite of the fact that Cal Ludeman is not conceding, our North Star poll has not been good for him, and the latest results we have show him trailing now 36% to 61 with 4% of the precincts reporting.
Yes, the final version of the North Star poll shows a slightly tighter race than the earlier versions. The margin of sampling error in our race, in our figures at this point, is plus or minus 3%. Piers Perpich has a 14 percentage point victory. On some of the issues that Cal Ludeman tried to hit so hard on during his 18 months on the campaign trail, he was only able to fight Rudy Perpich to something of a draw. On the question of which candidate would help the Iron Range most with its economic problems, Rudy Perpich was the clear victor among all the people who cast their votes today. On the issue of fair taxes, the figures we have show Ludeman with a slight edge, but well within our margin of sampling error. It was basically the candidates broke even. About one-third said Perpich administration would have the fairest tax policy. About one-third, a little more than that, said Ludeman would. Ludeman had clear victories on the issues of who would do best to help with the farm problems, who would do best to help limit spending by the state government of Minnesota. Rudy Perpich did best, was able to carry the day among all the voters in terms of which candidate would be able to create the most jobs. Among the political orientation, Cal Ludeman, as you can see, clearly winning among voters who describe themselves as conservatives, but Rudy Perpich carrying not just the liberals, but also the moderate voters today. Among younger voters, older voters, not much difference among age, all groups going for Rudy Perpich, at least chronologically. Among union households, Rudy Perpich with a substantial win. You may recall yesterday Cal Ludeman made his last official campaign stop at the Ford truck plant, trying to reach out to blue-collar workers, union workers, to get his message across. But on a statewide basis, at least with the union memberships, Rudy Perpich with his AFL-CIO endorsement, that did not carry through. And among voters who said that they consider themselves to be born again or to have had a born-again experience, Cal Ludeman carrying there, that was considered much of the basis of his strength in winning the independent Republican endorsement during the summer. Only, though, 1/5 of the voters in our polls say they consider themselves born again, so that margin was certainly not enough to carry the day in Minnesota. Pat and Skip?
Thank you, Alan, very much. That interesting figures, I would think. A couple of folks back in our curmudgeon's corner. You've been watching it all. What does all this mean to you?
Well, Governor Perpich's incumbency, Skip, notwithstanding, Dave Nimmer thinks that he had a lot of luck. There was an evolution of character in his campaign.
Well, David, I don't think things look so good for the governor back in January and February. First of all, the governor was confronted with a situation, a strike in Austin, Minnesota, and here was a Democrat governor who was calling out the National Guard to protect a Minnesota company, the Hormel Company, against a labor union. And then he made a rather naive spectacle out of himself with his support of the mega mall. And finally, this springtime, he was confronting a $734 million budget shortfall. One by one, all of those issues disappeared. First of all, not a single labor leader in Minnesota objected to the calling out of the National Guard. When Jim Lindow from Bloomington entered the campaign, he took away the mega mall issue, took it on to himself, and the governor acted really gubernatorial this spring when he ordered the legislature to cut the budget or said he'd do it himself. The legislature acted accordingly, and the governor looked bold.
Yeah, all of a sudden, a change of character altogether.
Yeah, Ludeman, I don't think, had that much luck.
Oh, Ludeman didn't lose this election by that wide a margin. I think the Republican Party did. His leadership didn't publicly, nobody came out with a high-spirit, enthusiastic, publicly declared support. Look at that. Dave Jennings did not get the nomination, so he jumped ship. He says, I'm not going to campaign for Ludeman. I'm going to go out in the hustings and campaign for the state legislature, keep control of the House. Paul Overgaard, who among Republicans was a very visible candidate, said, I don't think I'm going to run. Early in the campaign, Arnie Carlson, the nominal head of the party, because he's the Republican state office holder, publicly rebuked Ludeman for being on the attack against Perpich rather than fostering a positive campaign. Wheelock Whitney, the richest Republican in the state, gives $50,000 to George Latimer's DFL primary campaign, $9,000 to Cal Ludeman. The other day, a staff member of the Senate minority told the Star Tribune, Bob Larson, that legislators are disgusted with Ludeman. He said, that was the word he used, disgusted. He had no leadership support. I didn't hear Chairman Leon Oysted blowing any trumpets for him either, although making a casual remark now and then. So that poor guy, that appealing, attractive candidate, is out there in the hustings, facing the wolves all by himself with no strong public support from the party leadership.
Maybe he needed the scandal, and this wasn't the year for that. We'll remember 62 for you, Skip, a little bit later.
Okay, thanks, guys. Appreciate that. Scott County Attorney's race, there may be something of an upset brewing here, at least from the latest figures. 29%, nearly a third at least, of the 27 precincts that are in Scott County right now have reported. And James Torito is holding a rather commanding lead over Kathleen Morris, 64% to 36%. Now, obviously, those are probably Torito precincts that are coming in, but certainly he's at least building some lead. Numerically, it's, what, less than 1,000, but from a percentage standpoint, it's rather significant, and it's early in the evening. Things could change, but there's at least a possibility there that voters will say to Kathleen Morris, we think you blew it, we don't want you anymore.
All right. You know, earlier we checked with Trish Van Pilsum, who was standing outside the governor's mansion. She reported to us that Governor Perpich was taking his shower in preparation for going to DFL headquarters. Apparently he has finished that shower. He's on his way, expected there at any moment, and when we come back,
No one feeds a family like Super Value. This week, bring home Bernatello's 12-inch pizzas, while assorted varieties are just $2.29. Super Value has high seafood drinks in the 3-box packs for 67 cents. And banquet frozen dinners, 11-ounce chicken, meatloaf, Salisbury, or turkey, only 69 cents.
No one feeds a family like Super Value.
Sometimes you feel a little Mexican. When you feel a little Mexican, come to Chi-Chi's Mexican Restaurant for everything from traditional Mexican favorites to exciting regional specialties. Chi-Chi's, when you feel a little Mexican.
Imagine, NSP has tapped an energy source where impulses ride microcircuits at 200 miles per hour. This energy source is so flexible, it adapts to a volley of images. So sensitive, it responds to sounds of 1 decibel. This energy source is the creative energy of NSP's people, working to keep your energy costs as low as humanly possible. Creative energy, NSP. Shop the harvest sale this week at Menards for big savings on beautiful oak. Add storage space and save with oak vanities on sale now. Matching oak toilet toppers are on sale too. Plus a lovely selection of oak medicine cabinets, like the Oakwood with adjustable shelves and early American styling, on sale now for just $54. Choose the rich look of oak and save during Menards Harvest Sale.
We're helping you build America's heartland at Menards.
We want to update you now very quickly on some of the latest returns in the top state races. The Hennepin County Attorney race, as you can see, Tom Johnson, the incumbent, ahead with 16% of the precincts over Tom Heffelfinger, 45% there. In the governor's race, as you've been hearing all night, with 5% of the precincts reporting, Governor Rudy Perpich with a lead of 61% over Cal Ludeman's 36%, again with 5% of the precincts reporting. In the Secretary of State race, with 5% of the precincts reporting, Joan Grow, the incumbent, with 73% of those votes over her opponent, Don Koenig, with 27%. And in the state auditor race, with 54% of the precincts, John Dooley with 51% over Carlson with 49%. In the race for state treasurer, with 5% of the precincts reporting, Mike McGrath, 61% over John Drew with 38%.
Now let's go back to CBS in New York.
CBS News special coverage of Election Night 86 continues. Here again is Dan Rather.
And good evening again. If you like politics, you've got to love it. And maybe even if you don't particularly care about politics, you have to love this evening in the important race. And it is important to the country and to you. Control of the United States Senate. For one thing, does the Reagan Revolution last? Does President Reagan's presidency have a lasting influence on the political climate? All of those questions at least partially hanging in the balance with this race for control of the U.S. Senate. And Republican chances of holding on to control of the Senate are what the hospital people would call code blue, emergency. That is, they can't afford to lose any more races. Now, in Colorado, the Democrats have held on to their Colorado Senate seat. Representative Tim Worth, on the basis of our CBS News estimate, will have succeeded to the Democratic Senate seat of Gary Hart by about 52 to 48. Now the Democrats have won 15 of the 16 Senate races they must win. Now, the U.S. Senate show cliffhanger, it's the late show cliffhanger for control of the Senate. The Democrats now one more victory away from taking control of the U.S. Senate. The Republicans trying very much to hold on and not lose another race. They can't lose another race and keep control of the Senate. Let's look at states where we've recently had decisions. In Wisconsin, the Republicans held on to their Senate seat there. First term incumbent Republican Bob Caston, after an all-night seesaw, they played what amounted to double overtime in this race. He has beaten Ed Garvey, the attorney and formerly the attorney for the National Football League. So Caston and the Republicans hold on to the Senate seat in Wisconsin. In Oregon, Senator Bob Packwood is returned for another term. He's a three-term incumbent going back for a fourth term. If the Republicans should hold on to the Senate, Packwood would continue to be a big dog in the meat house, but if they lose control of the Senate, he wouldn't be quite so big in terms of his influence. In Hawaii, as expected, the Democrats hold on to their Senate seat there. Daniel Inouye winning in Hawaii. Inouye and the Democrats hold on to their seat in Hawaii. Now, in the California Senate race, take a look at this, if you will. Incumbent Democratic Senator Alan Cranston in a very close race. This is with 1% of the precincts reporting. Cranston trails Edwin Shao, the Republican congressman from Silicon Valley area of California, by about 54 to 46%. But this is only with 1% of the precincts reported. In Colorado, the actual tabulated vote in Colorado shows with 31% of the precincts in and counted, that Kramer has an actual lead of 51 to 49%. This is with the tabulated vote in Colorado. But on the basis of our sample precincts, our CBS News estimate is the Democrats and Tim Wirth have won in Colorado, a pickup for the Democrats. So here's where we stand. The magic number for the Democrats all night long, they need to win 16. They now have won 15 Senate races. Bob Schieffer, those Senate races in the South have been tight from the beginning and are still out.
Yes, and Dan, do you realize what we have now? The Democrats have now hold 50 seats in the Senate. The best the Republicans can do now is a 50-50 Senate.
But they would control it with Vice President Bush.
With Vice President Bush. But as it now stands, the Republicans have 50 of the seats in the Senate. You're talking about cliffhangers. Those cliffs down south are very, very tall because they've been hanging from them all evening. Let's take a look at three of them. In Georgia, the incumbent Senator Mac Mattingly, the Republican, being challenged by Congressman White Fowler. Fowler now holds a lead of 52% to 48% with 74% of the precincts reporting, but we are calling that one right now too close to call, no real trend there. In Alabama, the incumbent Senator Jeremiah Denton, another 1980 Republican who came in on the Reagan landslide in 1980. We show Richard Shelby, the congressman there, both of them with 50% of the vote. That's with 71% of the precincts reporting. Certainly too close to call there. And out in North Dakota, where farm issues apparently were a big issue in the race, the incumbent Republican, another freshman, Mark Andrews, with 49% of the vote. Conrad, the Democrat, the state tax commissioner, Kent Conrad, leading with 51% of the vote. CBS News says that one is still too close to call.
Bob, still outstandingly in close races in Idaho, the state of Washington, in California. Want to clear up one thing. On the basis of our CBS News estimates, we believe that Tim Wirth, the Democrat, has won in Colorado, a hold on for the Democrats. Remember, that's Gary Hart's Senate seat from which he's retiring. And we have Senator Alan Cranston, although the actual tabulated vote in the very early going has Cranston trailing Shao in California. CBS News believes that Cranston has a lead in that race in California. That is not to say that Cranston has won it. It is to say that on the basis of our sample precincts, there's an indication that Cranston is out to a lead in California. Now, the Republicans can't afford, to repeat for emphasis, to lose another Senate seat and still keep control of the Senate. The Democrats have won 15. Their magic number is 16. Now, in Wyoming, a real surprise out there. Attorney Michael Sullivan has beaten educator Pete Simpson in the Wyoming governor's race. Well, look this one over. Retiring Governor Ed Herschler was a Democrat, but Pete Simpson, who is the brother of Alan Simpson, the Wyoming senator and a Republican, Pete Simpson was heavily favored in this race, was he not, Leslie?
Dan, this is the biggest surprise for me covering the governors of the entire night so far. Simpson, as you say, had a brother who was a senator. His father was a governor. His opponent who won tonight, Mike Sullivan, said running against a Simpson in Wyoming is just like running against a Kennedy in Massachusetts. What appears to have happened here is that Mike Sullivan was more conservative than the Republican Simpson, and he has taken over this state, which is really a Reagan kind of a state, a very conservative state, and that's basically what happened. This is a major surprise, but the Democrats do hold on.
Now, as we wait for decisions, it could be a long time coming, could be any moment in states where the polls have just closed, Idaho, Washington, and California among them, keeping in mind the Democrats need one more victory to seal that they will control the United States Senate for the last 2 years of the Reagan presidency. Bill, what a tremendous boost for the Democrats tonight, although there's also good news for the Republicans in the governor's races and in the House of Representatives.
if they get California, which I would wager you they will.
You know I'm not a betting man.
I know you're not a betting man, Dan. You're just a good Texan. This will put them over the top. I'm sitting here thinking of 1958. You were too young then, but it was the second administration of a very popular Republican hero named Dwight Eisenhower. 1958, the Democrats took control of the Senate. They went into the election in 1960, and they won the presidential election by a very bare margin, but they won the presidential election in 1960. The 1958 election was like a shot of white lightning down on Caddo Lake in East Texas to the Democrats, and they came out of that in 1958, went on in 1960, and won the Senate. I'm not saying that 1960 is going to be like 1988, but I'm saying the Democrats tonight have to feel they went into the one big contest. This is the Rose Bowl. The Senate is the Rose Bowl of the 1986 political campaign, and the Democrats may very well win it. If they do, they're going to feel a lot better. They've been kicked around the last 6 years. Dan?
Alan Cranston wins in California. That gives the Democrats control of the Senate. Our CBS News exit poll indicates, sorry to interrupt, Bill, but I know you'd want us to do so for this, that three-term incumbent Democratic Senator Alan Cranston has won in the California Senate race over Edwin Shao, and that gives the Democrats control of the United States Senate in pure numerical terms, 51-49, unless Ed Zirinsky, the Democratic senator in Nebraska, switches over to the Republican Party, and frankly, the Democrats are going to have to lose all of these races that are still out. It's clear the Democrats are going to have control of the Senate. Cranston has beaten Shao in California. Now, Bill, it would be awfully easy to make too much of this, the Democrats getting control of the Senate. Now, for one thing, right away, does this mean that taxes are going to go up?
No, I don't think so. I think, in fact, Ronald Reagan has stacked the deck in that regard. It's going to be very hard for the Democrats to go for tax increases. They remember Walter Mondale walking onto that football field down in Mississippi and stopping a high school team from practicing and saying, I want to talk about taxes. They remember that. They're not going to do that. What it does mean is a psychological boost, as well as the ability to appoint chairman of the committees, to make the agenda in the Senate. It means also that they could very well give Ronald Reagan a real fight if he wants to nominate another conservative, really conservative member of the Senate. Remember this, though, Dan, and when Ronald Reagan was governor of California, he had a Democratic-controlled legislature. He was masterful in dealing with it. Ronald Reagan may very well be blessed tonight by finally having an opponent in the Senate instead of having his own team there. He may be able to say, don't blame me, blame the Democrats.
Well, Bob Schieffer, it seems clear the Democrats have won control of the Senate. The question now is only how much. And there's still many tight races out there, Alabama, Georgia, Washington, Idaho. The Democrats get control of the Senate. We just said Cranston has beaten Shao in California on the basis of our CBS News exit polls. Let's talk about the President's Strategic Defense Initiative, the so-called Star Wars program. Sam Nunn will now take over as head of the Armed Services. He's not all that hot for SDI Star Wars.
No, he has an entirely different view of the Strategic Defense Initiative than the President does. He believes in something. He would like to continue research along that way, but he does not see it in the same all-encompassing way that Ronald Reagan does. But I would agree with Bill Moyers. I think the word that will characterize this Senate for the next 2 years is going to be caution. Like Bill, I believe they're not going to be ready to get out in front on a tax increase if one becomes necessary. If it becomes necessary to raise taxes, they will want Ronald Reagan to get out in front on that for the very reason that Bill cited. They remember what happened to Walter Mondale. I think they will also hedge their bets on foreign policy. I think they will remember what happened when people thought Jimmy Carter was weak on foreign policy. So I think this is going to be a very cautious Senate. Dan, maybe this is a good time to call on our super graphic again, the one that can do everything but shine your shoes.
I didn't know we had a super
graphic. Sometimes it does. You remember at the beginning of the evening, the Republicans held 53 of the seats in the Senate. The Democrats held 47. But why did the Democrats have an easier time of it tonight than the Republicans? Because 22 of those seats were held by Republicans. Well, how did the Republicans do with the seats that they had at risk tonight? This graphic shows it. Each of those squares represents a state. Where you see red, those are the seats that the Republicans kept in Republican hands. But look at the blue show up on that graphic now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 seats turned over there. How did the Republicans do on the Democratic seats? These are the seats, the 12 that the Democrats held. In blue, you see, those are the ones that the Democrats kept. They lost only one, the one in Missouri. So at this point in the evening, here's how the new Senate looks. The Republicans have 43 seats. The Democrats have 51. There are still 6 races to be decided.
The Democrats have won control of the Senate. Cranston has beaten Shao in California. Washington, we don't have a decision there yet. Don't have a decision in Idaho. A lot of races, including Alabama and Georgia, still out. We'll be back with more of our Campaign 86 election results after these messages.
Kevin, what do you think you're doing, young man?
It's a car.
Well, I bet everyone would just love to see it, wouldn't they? Up front. Go on.
It's long and low like this. And the engine is back here. And?
Does it have a name?
Well, I was kind of thinking of...
Wildcat.
Wildcat?
That's what it's called.
And you say a computer helped design it?
Using computers, our design team can get people the kind of GM cars they want much faster.
Well, Kevin, do you have a name for it?
Well, I was kind of thinking of Wildcat.
The GM Odyssey. Science, not fiction.
I'm not an actor. I'm just a guy, 30 years old, who had a heart attack. I'm okay now, but I want to tell you one thing I learned from my doctor. Medical studies prove that a diet low in fats and cholesterol, with foods like Fleischmann's margarine, can actually help reduce the level of cholesterol already in your body. And that's one way you can help reduce your risk of heart disease. I thought you'd like to know that. Take care.
Fleischmann's margarine. Ask your doctor.
I'm not a doctor, but I play one on TV. And if your child had a cough, she'd get just what the doctor orders. But for your cough, you play doctor at home, even trying medicine you originally bought for your child. You need one of the adult formulas from Vicks. For the coughs adults get, with the strength adults need. Formula 44 for coughs, 44D for coughs with congestion, and 44M for coughs with congestion and a raw, irritated throat. The adult formulas. You can't buy anything more effective.
The adult formulas from Vicks, of course.
At CBS News election headquarters in New York, the Democrats have won control of the United States Senate for the last 2 years of the Reagan presidency. The only question now is how big is their margin in the Senate going to be? Some good news for the Republicans among the races for governor, although they lost in an upset in Wyoming, where the Democrats held on to their governorship in Wyoming. And the Democrats pick up in the House, adding to their House majority, may not get out of the single digits. We can't say for sure about that just yet. Major storyline of the hour, Democrats gain control of the U.S. Senate. Only question now is by how much. With us now is Senator Sam Nunn, speaking to us from Washington, the senior senator from Georgia, who will be the head of the Armed Services Committee. Senator, thank you for being with us. How will your attitude and your efforts to influence policy be different from that of the outgoing Armed Services Committee Chairman Barry Goldwater?
Well, not very substantially. Barry Goldwater and I have worked as a partnership-type team in the last couple of years. That's the reason we have a defense reorganization bill. The Strategic Defense Initiative, for instance, Senator Cohen and I had a proposal that prevailed in a Republican-controlled committee and on the floor of the Senate that we think will begin to reshape that Strategic Defense Initiative. So I don't think there will be a fundamental change. The big change is that if I am chairman, and if your prediction is correct, and I hope it is, Dan, then I will be helping to set the agenda. And one of the things, for instance, that I think we need to hear from at a very early date is the Joint Chiefs. We need to know what they think about what happened at Iceland and what they think about the proposal that's just been tabled at Geneva. So setting that agenda will be the main change.
When you mentioned Senator Cohen, Senator Bill Cohen of Maine, who was not up, he's a Republican member of the Armed Services Committee, but you talk about changing the President's Strategic Defense Initiative in Star Wars. Let me get this straight. Do you consider it dead when you become chairman of the Armed Services Committee?
Oh, absolutely not. I think the difference is the description of that overall effort. The research project is important for a number of reasons. The possibility of a population protection is not to be ruled out, but the probability is that we will need to protect our own ability to survive and retaliate with our missile forces and with our bomber bases, and the probability is we'll be able to, over the long haul, begin to do something about the Soviet short-range missiles. But all of this depends on arms control, because you build a defensive system to respond to the offensive threat. If we're able to reduce that offensive threat through arms control, then the type defensive system we need will certainly be changed appreciably.
Thank you, Senator Nunn.
Thank you.
And we'll be back with more of our Campaign 86 and the Democrats gaining control of the Senate after this.
Right now, it's building up on your teeth. A hard, ugly wall called tartar, and only your dentist can pull it down. But this wall won't stay down for long. So now there's new Colgate Tartar Control toothpaste with TC3, clinically proven to reduce ugly tartar buildup, so your teeth will feel cleaner and smoother. New Colgate Tartar Control with fluoride fights tartar buildup for that fresh from the dentist feeling of clean.
When things get a little sticky, remember, for just pennies a pad, nothing cuts stuck-on messes better than a super grease-cutting SOS soap pad. SOS, it cleans your big jobs for small change.
That chili you had for dinner has started a 3-alarm fire inside you. Alka-Seltzer to the rescue. Alka-Seltzer brings emergency relief to your heartburn and quiets the sirens in your head.
Alka-Seltzer to the rescue.
Fact. Americans are investing their money in unprecedented numbers. Fact. Investing is easy. Making money is hard. Fact. If you're not a professional, you're an amateur. Before you invest, talk to a professional. Ask a securities broker about the investment products of Kemper Financial Services. Mutual funds, money market funds, unit trusts, life insurance and annuities, real estate. Kemper Financial Services, a concern for your future.
When it's cold and rough outside, try something warm and creamy inside. Cream of wheat hot cereal and instant mix and eat. Their smooth texture always lets the flavor come through. 2 great ways to come in from the cold.
At CBS News election headquarters, Cranston has beaten Shao in California, according to our CBS News information, exit polling information. The Democrats have won control of the U.S. Senate, not clear by how big their margin will be. In Pennsylvania, upset for the Democrats. Lieutenant Governor William Scranton III, the son of the former governor of Pennsylvania and a favored Republican to follow on to the Republican Governor Richard Thornburgh, has lost to attorney Bob Casey. With 91% of the precincts in and counted, this is the way it looks in Pennsylvania. But according to our CBS News estimate, Bob Casey will be the new Democratic governor of Pennsylvania. Big upset there. And in Wisconsin, the Democrats lose one. Governor Tony Earl called taxing Tony because he once raised taxes, started rolling them back, but he has lost to the Republican State House leader Tommy Thompson. Now, the Republicans have won both the Senate race and the governor's race in Wisconsin. The Democrats have won a big one in Pennsylvania in the governor's races, though, Leslie.
Dan, Pennsylvania was one of the more interesting races in the country, kind of quirky. The man who lost, William Scranton III, the son of an earlier governor, William Scranton, admitted that he had taken drugs. He had gone to transcendental meditation. His opponent, the winner, Robert Casey, put out ads showing him with a ponytail from his days at Yale. They called him Big Chill Bill. What happened to him is that he did win the baby boomer vote, but he lost most of the votes of those people who are older than he was and younger. So that's a major defeat for a Republican seat. Richard Thornburgh, the Republican governor, retiring. A Democrat has taken over. Bob Casey, the former Auditor General. And in Wisconsin, it goes the other way. A liberal Democrat incumbent, Tony Earl, they called him Tony the Taxer, has lost to Tommy Thompson, a very conservative a Republican, the minority leader of the House there in Wisconsin. So that's a wash. What our net numbers are right now is 5 up for the Republicans tonight in governor's races. But we also have a few cliffhangers still outstanding in the farm areas of all places.
And the Republicans won that big race in Texas. Bill Clements returning to the governor's chair for the Republicans, unseating Mark White. Very big win with ramifications for the 1988 presidential campaign, as does the Democrats' pickup of that gubernatorial chair in Pennsylvania have some ramifications for 1988.
Indeed.
The Democrats have won control of the Senate. We still don't know by how big a margin. This is Dan Rather, CBS News, election headquarters in New York.
When me and my buddies head off to West Texas, nothing works like my Chevy S10 Maxi Cab 4x4. With Instatrack four-wheel drive, the optional off-road suspension, it can take us to the wildest place in the West. The Terlingua Chili Cook-Off. We did it! Good, huh? Yeah. Nothing works like a Chevy truck. Nothing.
Don't miss exciting striker action beginning November 15th exclusively on WCCO 2.
Going to bring you... Are you listening to me in there so you can get the latest forecast? We're going to give you a forecast, at least coming up here for the next 24 hours. We got some interesting weather headed our way, but it looks like in the meantime we're going to enjoy some pleasant weather. It's going to be mostly clear through the night tonight, a low of 29 degrees, light winds out of the south, southwest at 5 to 15. Tomorrow we're going to be mostly sunny. It's going to be warmer, getting up to around 50 degrees for a high, southwest winds at 10 to 20. But then things are going to change. Tomorrow night we should see some clouds come in with a chance of some showers, low of 33 degrees, and right now it's going to be nip and tuck as to whether we get through this without any snow as we get into some clouds on Thursday. Thursday we will be partly to mostly cloudy with a chance of some showers, a high of 45, and some of those could be in the form of some flurries a little bit later on in the day.
Hold off on that snow,
Flurries? No, Mike.
They've cut his mic, and for very good reason.
Don't want to ever see you again if you're going to talk snow.
That's right. Turn the microphone off.
Oh, look at that.
There he is.
Well,
Little Mark Rosen.
Little Mark.
I wish I could hear you guys right now, but it's absolutely kind of berserkle here at the Radisson University, which has sort of been my campaign headquarters for tonight. And we're not conceding a thing here. We're getting a lot of money raised for the United Way and having a lot of fun. And it might be morning before we get all those write-in votes counted. And listen, it's all for a good cause. We're having a great time. You know, if I do suffer a setback tonight, there are other sports guys and politics doing quite well, thank you, as you know. The Gipper tops the list. That old sportscaster himself, Ronald Reagan, in the 1988 presidential race, of course, NBA star Bill Bradley may post up against the former quarterback, Jack Kemp. Now, tonight, athletes running for office included Tom McMillan, Jim Bunning, and Ed Garvey, the former head of the NFL Players Union. Indeed, the sports thread runs deep through American politics.
The happy warrior himself, Al Smith, schmoozed with Babe Ruth on the golf links. In fact, the governor established standard operating procedure for weekend duffers.
Anybody looking? Nobody looking. I'll look at the lady.
Another happy hacker was President Eisenhower. Ike vowed that the Soviets would never reach the White House putting green, but was helpless against another invasion.
Presidents might come and presidents might go, but the White House squirrels presumably could go on forever. That is, they could go on forever until they began scratching Dwight D. Eisenhower's favorite putting green.
Baseball has been common ground for politicos. FDR had a mean curve, but struck out stacking the Supreme Court. Harry Truman was a two-fisted president who could deliver the vote or pitch with either hand. Vice President Nixon relieved Ike in '59, but was later accused of scuffing the ball. JFK loved the sport in life, from baseball to sailing to touch football. Now here's a quiz. Name this whiz of the hard court and the gridiron. It's the whizzer himself, Supreme Court Justice Byron White.
And who knows, maybe I still have a chance, you know. Well, maybe, probably not till next week now when the Twins will name their new manager, Jim Frey or Tom Kelly. I guess we'll just have to stay tuned. Meanwhile, John McNamara of the Red Sox was named American League's Manager of the Year today. Now, that voting took place before the playoffs in the World Series, because I'll tell you what, McNamara would have never got that honor because of all the calls he blew in that World Series. I mean, that guy would have never... Manager of the Year, you got to be kidding. Well, the North Stars, of course, play the Blackhawks tomorrow night in Chicago tonight in the National Hockey League. The Islanders defeated the Capitals 7-1. Dennis Potvin will assist here in the plate of Mike Bossy. That made the final 7-1. North Stars play the Blackhawks tomorrow night. Not a big night in sports, big election night. And we're not conceding a thing here at the Radisson University. We're having a lot of fun, as I mentioned, raising a lot of money for all our friends at the United Way. Kind of a calm night here, guys.
Yeah, I can tell. Can you hear us at all? I don't think you can hear us at all, do you?
Well, we do, don't we, Skip, have some, some
yes,
returns?
we have some election returns. Marky actually got some write-in votes. Now, our computer puts Mark in kind of a category by himself, and we've always done that too, but for many different reasons, which we won't go into here tonight. But little Marky Rosen showing up on our computer, at least, with 30 votes. And folks had to write him in, so that's 30 people who took the time and energy to do just that.
Who did write him in. Well, I wondered who the woman was with the crown standing next to him.
And holding a cup. I don't know if she was holding that for Mark or herself, or maybe that was a collection cup.
Do you suppose that had anything to do with the campaign?
Knowing Mark, he was probably raising money for something.
Okay. Well, we're going to be back in just a moment, so stay with us.
Weekdays at 8 on Channel 4.
WCCO Television, Minneapolis, St. Paul. WCCO Television, in cooperation with Control Data Corporation, presents Election Night 86.
Well, welcome back to our election night coverage. We've asked Pat Kessler to sit down with us once again tonight and go through some of the latest returns now on those important state races we've been watching all night.
Right. We've been taking some chunks of the Twin Cities, St. Paul, Minneapolis, and other parts of the state. Now we're going to take a look at some target races. These are must-win races for both the House and the Senate. In District 36, Scott County, the incumbent Senator Bob Schmitz leading Bill Macklin 73 to 27%. In St. Paul, we've got a barn burner. District 73, 75% of precincts reporting. John Marty is leading 54 to 46% over Bob Fletcher. An upset in the making there. In the House, District 13A, we've got Diane Swenson and Paul Teedy. Swenson leading 58 to 42%. Another upset in the making there, Paul Teedy, the incumbent. In District 15B, out in Wilmer, Alan Welly leading his Republican opponent 57 to 43%. Out in Mankato, District 24A, Mark Peepo, the Republican incumbent, is leading with 22% of the precincts reporting 57 to 43%. And out in Bemidji, District 4A, 41% of precincts, Bob Johnson, the DFLer, leading Ted Thorson 61 to 39%. Thorson is the Republican incumbent. Another upset in the making there. The later we get into the night, Pat and Skip, the more returns we're getting. We see a number of upsets, and that could swing the Minnesota House to the Republicans or to the Democrats. At this point, we don't have enough returns to make a prediction. However, it looks at this time anyway, that there are a number of races that no one thought the Democrats would win, and they appear to be winning those.
That's interesting because that may well be carrying over into the congressional races in District 2 and 7. both of them in the western part of the state, in southwestern Minnesota. The incumbent Republican Vin Weber and his challenger, a former supporter, now DFLer Dave Johnson, are basically tied. Weber is ahead by about 400 votes, but statistically that's a 50% break, and that is surprising to most people. And in District number 7, the one where if a Democrat was going to win, we thought this would be the one where one would win. Well, Colin Peterson right now 1 percentage point ahead of Arlen Stanglin, but there are only 200 actual votes separating them, and obviously there are 31% of the precincts in, so there are a lot of precincts yet to report. But potentially, at least, Democrats, and boy, if they win those two, that would leave Bill Frenzel as the only Republican congressman from Minnesota, which would be a real kick in the pants for the IR.
Certainly would. Frenzel, though, of course, leading by a substantial margin in
Frenzel's a shoo-in, yeah.
Absolutely. Well, Alan Cox, who's been checking all night for us on the North Star poll results, has taken a look at Governor Perpich's race and where he did well in the state.
Geographically, Pat, Governor Perpich did very well in northeastern Minnesota, as you would expect, his home territory, the Iron Range, where he's headed now. But he also did well in the metro area. Take, for instance, Hennepin County. We show the governor winning by nearly a 2-to-1 margin in Hennepin County. In the suburbs of the Twin Cities, an area sometimes considered a Republican stronghold, Rudy Perpich winning there. Sometimes when we split down the poll results to finer and finer slices, our margin of statistical error grows, so it's hard to draw a lot of conclusions from these. But it appears Rudy Perpich is doing very well in the northern tier of suburbs, and that he's only fighting even in the southern tier. And in southern Minnesota, as you would expect, Cal Ludeman giving his strongest showing. As a matter of fact, our results show Cal Ludeman doing better in southeastern Minnesota than in his home territory of southwestern Minnesota. Of course, we'll have the actual results by tomorrow morning, but wherever Cal Ludeman did well, it appears he did not do well enough. One other set of statistics that I'd like to share with you that kind of shows how Cal Ludeman fell short in his goal of trying to reach out and to appeal to more voters. About 4 voters in 10 today said that they consider themselves politically conservative. About 4 in 10 said they consider themselves moderate, and about 2 in 10 said they consider themselves liberal. Cal Ludeman, of course, did very well with those conservatives. He won that by nearly a 2-to-1 margin. But Rudy Perpich, with the moderates, won that group by a 2-to-1 margin, and with the liberals, Rudy Perpich won by 4-to-1. Cal Ludeman could just not reach out beyond that base that helped him win the independent Republican endorsement and the IR primary. As we reported earlier, when you asked the voters what their impressions were of the individual candidates, Cal Ludeman did not do that badly. 55% favorable impression, only 31% unfavorable of all the people who voted today. But it seems he just could not come up with a compelling reason to convince the voters to vote out the incumbent. Skip and Pat?
Interesting. Thank you, Alan. Well, Mike Walsher is standing by now at IR headquarters with a man who's probably as interested in those 2 congressional races and probably even more so than I am. Michael?
Right you are, Skip. You know, Republicans in Minnesota have won the governor's office only one time in the last 20 years. That was in 1978. And while we still have quite a good crowd of people here waiting to see if Cal Ludeman can break that string this year, with us to talk about it is Senator Dave Durenberger, a veteran of political wars in this state. Senator, how do you judge the governor's race?
I think that Rudy Perpich was, besides being a popular governor, was very successful in taking credit for all of the good that was going on in the state and blaming the problems on the national administration. And judging by some of the votes around the country, that was successful all over the country.
Is there anything Ludeman could have done differently to turn voters his way?
No, I don't think in this particular year there was a Republican in this state that was going to be able to.
Go ahead. We're having some feedback problems.
Right. I think this was a very, very difficult year for a Republican to win in a statewide election against Rudy Perpich. I mean, George Latimer began to prove that, and Cal had the job of finishing it off.
You were up in 1988. The word is that Skip Humphrey will oppose you for the seat that his dad held and that you now hold. What are your feelings about running against the Humphrey name?
Well, I succeeded Hubert Humphrey in this job, and that's quite a pair of shoes to fill. But I filled them with my feet, not with his. And I've done that every day since I've been in that job, and plan on doing it for the next 8 years.
How much tougher is it going to be for you to run for 88 now that the Democrats apparently are going to have control of the Senate?
Probably easier than it would have been. It's easier being in the minority because you can always be right. It's a tough job being in the majority, as we just found out tonight. I think we did everything we had to do over the last 6 years. We turned this country around. We proved to people they could get by on optimism rather than pessimism, but we didn't finish the job, and we got the unfinished job is what hung us up tonight.
All right, thank you. Skip and Pat, do you have anything for Senator Durenberger?
Mike, before he gets away, I wonder if you could ask him for me, because I have heard many Republican candidates mention that they have been worried about the Republican Party in Minnesota narrowing its focus to an extent where they're not picking up the moderate votes.
Senator Pat Miles is asking that she's heard many Republicans express concern that the Republican Party in this state is narrowing its focus so that it is losing out on the moderates.
I think we're actually broadening our base. The party at various times has been to the right of center or to the left of a Republican senator, if you will. In the last few years, a lot more conservative people have come into the party. And I think it's a natural process of broadening your base. I think in the next 2 years we're going to change again. That is usually the nature of a minority party. The Democratic Party has been a majority in this state for a long time. It's basically a liberal party. When liberalism is in fad, they're in fashion. And we have a different kind of situation. We're going to look different at the different people at different times.
Very good. Thank you, Skip and Pat.
Mike, I've got a quick question for him, too, if you can hold him for just a second. Sure. Right now, with a fair number of precincts reporting, Vin Weber and Arlen Stanglin are both in some trouble in their districts, it looks like. If that's the case, isn't that basically a rejection of the Republican farm policies in two of the heavily farm areas of the state?
Senator Skip Loescher is asking that some of the projections, or some of the returns, I should say, show that Vin Weber and Arlen Stanglin are having pretty tough contests in their districts. Is this meaning a rejection of Republican farm policies?
No, a lot of my friends in the United States Senate who weren't in trouble in the polls are no longer going to be in the United States Senate. I think it means that it hurts a lot in rural America. Rural America is paying a larger price for the change that has to take place in our society than are the folks in the city. And in 1986, Republicans are paying for it. I think 4 years from now, things are going to be different. But we're going to have to wake up to the reality that there are two Americas out there, and we have to stop treating folks in the rural parts of America the same way we treat the folks in the city. Their problems are different, their problems are deeper, and they take a special attention, which we haven't been willing to give them.
Very good, thank you. Anything else, Skip and Pat?
Oh, that'll do it, Michael. Thank you very much. Thanks, Senator.
Well, of course, Dave Moore and Dave Nimmer have been listening to Senator Durenberger, interested, I'm sure, in that race, that potential race between Senator Durenberger and Skip Humphrey.
Dave Nimmer certainly has. Senator Durenberger, how do you do it? Senator Durenberger just gave Dave Nimmer a cue he's been waiting for all evening. If you were with us at the outset of the evening, here we are, sitting here, waiting for an exciting race to happen. Nimmer wants to talk about the Attorney General's race, which Skip Humphrey is leading by a margin of 72% to 28%. And I asked him why, and he said...
Well, I said that Skip Humphrey was going to put himself in a position to run for the United States Senate. And David Moore just listened to David Durenberger say that the Republican Party in the state of Minnesota broadened its base this year. And if you believe that, David, I've got an open-pit mine right near Gilbert I'd like to have you have hard interest in. My point was that I thought Skip Humphrey, during the last 2 years, acquitted himself very well in the Attorney General's office. Even critics who used to work for Warren Spanis said the kid did pretty well.
How about in the Scott County case? You think he acquitted himself in
So
that?
he stubbed his toe at first in the Scott County case by saying that there were some guilty people there. He just couldn't find out who to prosecute. No, but David, he came out of that pretty well. He came out with a pretty decent set of legislative proposals to present to the Minnesota legislature about sexual abuse of children, more protection laws. I thought he acquitted himself pretty well. His Consumer Protection Office was pretty well run. He came out with a legislative package toughening burglary laws. I thought he looked pretty good.
I admit, I think the Professional Lawyers Association, and practically everyone, will give him pretty good credit for running a good and tight office. Do you think that Senator Derenberger is quaking in his boots or about to, looking at those totals, looking at that plurality that is coming in? Skip Humphrey did not really have a candidacy, an opposition. Lou Freeman, I didn't see any campaigning done for Lou Freeman.
That's true, but 72% of the vote didn't do bad, and the fact is that Derenberger can raise a lot of money, so it's going to be a tough race. But I believe that Skip Humphrey is beginning to sound a lot like his old man, more so than he ever has in the past. I saw him at a 4th of July parade where he's saying, good to see you, pal. Now, that ain't Hubert, but it's a little closer than it was, and I think it makes good sense for a good horse race between Derenberger and Humphrey in 1988.
Do you think he can win on his name alone, Hubert Humphrey III? I'd hate to go up against that name.
I wouldn't guess. Crusty as you are, you'd tuck that right in my ear 2 years from now.
Do you believe that Senator Derenberger has been a credible senator?
Yes, I do.
Do you? Yeah. He's had some personal problems that you don't think that that's going to hurt him at all?
A little bit. That might make it a closer race. Mm-hmm. They're asking us to say goodnight. We haven't been on often enough, but we're relinquishing reluctantly.
I do hope that we can look into that Scott County attorney's race presently, can we?
Well, I'm sure that we will.
I think we can figure out that. The other point that the senator made that I think is a valid one to talk about for just half a second is, indeed, if the U.S. Senate is now going to be in Democratic-controlled hands, Dave Derenberger is going to lose all his committee chairmanships. He goes off intelligence anyway this year by law. By federal law, that is, has nothing to do with his performance, but he'll lose the chairmanship of the Intergovernmental Relations Subcommittee in the Senate, which has been his forum to deal with medical issues, which is one of the things he's gotten a fair amount of publicity on around the country, has become pretty well known for, and lose that forum, and that makes it a little tougher, just that much tougher to try to get reelected again next time. On the other hand, anything that goes wrong, you can blame it on the majority.
It'll be an interesting race. Well, since we've been talking about the Attorney General race, let's take a look right now with 11% of the precincts reporting. And as you can see, Skip Humphrey with 74% of the vote over Lewis Freeman with just 25%. So he has a substantial lead and continues to do well.
And we'll have more.
Patient, dining table. Diagnosis, worn finish, no shine. Treatment, facelift.
Now there's a facelift for furniture. New Form-based facelift, my secret for bringing dull furniture back to life. Facelift revives the shine without refinishing. In less than an hour, you can smooth away the wear and tear and lay down a bright new facelift finish that will shine for years to come. That's what Form-based facelift is all about. Making your furniture look alive and beautiful again without major surgery.
The 10th anniversary issue of the Minnesota Weather Guide calendar is better than ever. Besides all the phenology, weather, and astronomy information, new this year are maps showing sunrise and sunset across Minnesota, weather and phenology historical trivia, and a Weather Guide glossary. The 1987 Weather Guide is $7.95 in most places selling books, or send a check for $8.95 to Weather Guide, WCCO Weather Center, Minneapolis 55403. You'll love it.
The last time we checked, James Cerrito was leading Kathleen Morris in that hotly contested Scott County attorney's race, and he's still doing that. Now with 74% of the precincts reporting, Cerrito with a commanding 64 to 36% lead. Still not that many votes separating the two of them, but there are not that many votes left to be counted either. And if that continues, Kathleen Morris will be out on her ear.
Let's take a look now at some of the top state races we've been watching all night. The attorney's race, the Hennepin County attorney's race, as you can see, with 38% of the precincts reporting. Tom Johnson and Tom Heffelfinger still in a fairly close race, with Tom Johnson, the incumbent, ahead there. In the commissioner race, Hennepin County District 1, 69% of the precincts. Jeff Sparks, the incumbent, with 64% of the vote. His opponent dropped out of the race. Her name still appears on the ballot. In Hennepin County District 4, 29% of the precincts reporting. The incumbent, John Darris, a DFLer, with 72% of the vote over his opponent, Dave Cena. And in Hennepin County District number 6, with 54% of the precincts reporting, Sam Savanich, the DFL incumbent, with 73% of the vote over his opponent, Davis. And in Hennepin County, District 7, with 48% of the precincts reporting, Mark Andrew, 72% over John Hancock, 28%. Expected to be a close race, did not turn out to be so. In the Hennepin County Sheriff's race, with 37% of the precincts reporting, Don Omont, the sheriff for 20 years in Hennepin County, with 74% of the vote. That's a resounding return to office for Don Omont.
Indeed. And in Ramsey County, in the county commissioner's race in District Number 2, that's the area around New Brighton and Roseville, Don Salverda with a commanding 3/4 of the vote, with 82% of the precincts reporting he looks like a shoo-in. District 3, the area of northwestern St. Paul and Falcon Heights, John Finley, well on his way. He's the incumbent. He'll be back in office. That one is a final. Finley has won. In the Ramsey County Sheriff's race at this point, Chuck Zacharias, who is the incumbent, looks like he's well on his way to being returned to office. 88% of the vote in there. Ramsey County Judgeships, this is the 2nd Judicial District of Ramsey County, and Michael DeCourcy with 49% of the vote. Kathleen Giernan, however, at this point has 51%, so we have a horse race there, at least at this point. And for the St. Paul Council term amendment, let's see, we have, it looks like 98% of the precincts reporting, and most folks voting say yes, they want their city councilman to serve a 4-year term instead of a 2-year term. Interesting development, especially since the newspapers in St. Paul thought that was a real bad idea. In Anoka County, Mr. Wilkinson, 53%. We still got a horse race there with Ken Wilkinson and Willard Johnson. That one is much too close to call. Only 14% of the precincts reporting in Anoka County at this point.
Let's take a moment now to reflect with Pat Kessler on what some of these races in the House will mean for the Minnesota State Legislature next year.
It's actually the only big race that is going on tonight that is causing any interest at the state office building in St. Paul anyway. The governor's race seemed to have very little excitement, but the race for control of the Minnesota House, where Republicans control the House 69-65, has taken a very interesting turn. At this point, very late this evening, what is it, about midnight, just a few minutes before midnight, it appears as if the Democrats may have a 1-vote edge. No one has a majority yet. Our projections show right now the DFLers may control about 64 seats. The Republicans may control 63. There are about 7 which are too close to call at this point. As I said, the Democrats now do not control. The Republicans control the Minnesota House by a margin of 69-65. 68 votes are needed to control the Minnesota House. So, Pat and Skip, that one is still very, very close. It's a barn burner out there. Outstate results are still coming in. A lot of paper ballots, a lot of computer punch cards. It's going to be very, very early in the morning before we know anything about that. At this point, however, the Democrats appear to have picked up at least 1 seat they didn't expect and tried very hard to get. And so they might have a 1-vote edge at this point. No one has a majority.
Okay. Thank you, Pat. More of Election Night 86 in a second.
Machines, robots of space, they go where we cannot to discover the secrets of worlds unknown.
Through the electronic eyes of 2 Voyager spacecraft, we have gazed in wonder at the swirling clouds of Jupiter, Saturn's myriad rings, and the topsy-turvy kingdom of Uranus. Enjoy the story of their epic journey. See the Voyager Odyssey showing through November 23rd at the Minneapolis Planetarium. Call 372-6644 for more information. The Minneapolis Planetarium, an experience of astronomical proportions.
Guess where the weatherman is. Inside, watching it on a radar screen, or watching the dots show up on the lightning detector, or watching the clouds move on the satellite sequence, and is not really outside in it. Some of the most thrilling times of my life are when I go home at night and we get those early morning thunderstorms coming through, and they wake up about 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning, and I know there's no way I can get down to work and do anything about it. I go out and pull the drapes in the living room and sit there and just watch the lightning and the wind blow it. It's really kind of thrilling.
Okay, one more thing we need to correct here. That last graphic you saw was incorrect at this point, at least according to the information sitting in front of me. More people are voting against a 4-year term than are voting for it. That looks like the same graphic I saw just a moment ago, so I'm still a little bit confused. Let's get off that talk Don Shelby for a second here about...
I'll try to be less confusing.
We'll figure that one out a little later, folks. About the U.S. Senate. It's a real horse race at this point. I mean, the Democrats are going to take control, but that means a lot of things.
Yeah, CBS is saying right now it's going to be 52 Democrats to 48 Republicans.
We'd like to go to that Wisconsin race to tell you a little bit more about Kasten. You know, the last time we were on here, we told you that there was a discrepancy between the actual figures and what was being reported. And we can show you that Robert Kasten now, and these numbers are continuing to change, is up over Garvey, 51 to 49%. You remember last time we were here, Garvey was ahead 57% to 43. But this shows you those outstate wards are beginning to come in favor of Robert Kasten Jr., the Republican incumbent. He'll be returned. We also would like to take a look at some of the other Senate races that you may or may not have been watching on CBS News. The United States Senate race in Alabama, CBS News estimates that Richard Shelby, who is the Democratic challenger to Jeremiah Denton, the incumbent, will eventually win that race. They have given, at least tentatively, Alabama to Shelby and to the Democrats. Jeremiah Denton swept into office on the coattails of Ronald Reagan's sweep of the South back in 1982. Alan Cranston, the Democrat in California, CBS News exit poll has given the race to Alan Cranston, even though, and this is even though, the actual tabulation shows Ed Schau, the Republican representative from Los Altos, actually leading in the polling right now. But in the same case as in Cranston, those are going to change as they go out state. We're going to take a look now at that Georgia race. Wyche Fowler, 51% over Mac Mattingly. Like Jeremiah Denton, Mac Mattingly was brought into the Senate in 1980, and he is now trailing, and they have given, that is, CBS has given Wyche Fowler, the Democrat challenger, the Senate seat in the state of Georgia. In Idaho, there is it's much closer, actually, than they see here because of the few numbers that are being reported from those outstate areas in Idaho. Right now, the incumbent Republican, Stephen Sims, who is running against former Governor John Evans in this case, both of them equally highly recognized in that state, 56% to 44%, still too close to call, and no one at CBS is going to call it. The Washington race is an interesting one because Brock Adams, former Transportation Secretary for the Carter administration and former U.S. representative from the state of Washington, is running against incumbent Republican Slate Gorton. Gorton, the incumbent, is trailing right now. And Skip and Pat, one of the reasons that he is trailing, according to the research that has been conducted on this particular election, is because, if you remember, back during Daniel Mannion's attempt to become a judge on the appeals court, Slate Gorton traded a vote for Mannion, a very controversial judge, in exchange for being allowed to put his own judge on a Washington bench. That got him terrible reviews, and his popularity in the polls dropped by 10% almost overnight in that case. Now, you tell me, what's going to happen to the United States senators from the state of Minnesota when the Democrats take control, since they're both incumbent Republicans?
Well, both of them will lose subcommittee or committee chairmanships. Dernberger, as we mentioned earlier, will lose intelligence anyway. That has nothing to do with the election. That's just a rotation by federal law that somebody else
But prevents him or Boschwitz from taking the chair on any of the other committees they may have wanted.
Basically, yes. They can't take the chair on any other committees. They'll lose their subcommittee chairmanships. And the fact of the matter is, they'll lose. They aren't the two most influential senators in the United States Senate to start with. Some of the influence they now have will wane because they will be in the minority. That gives them great carping rights. They can carp about anything the majority passes, but it makes it that much more difficult to pass something you want, especially if it tends to be a Republican philosophical issue as opposed to a Democratic one.
There has been a great deal of talk about exactly what's going to happen to the United States Senate in the 100th Congress with a Democratic-controlled Congress and a Republican president. And there probably, according to the analysts, will not be a great deal of change, Skip. But I would like to point out there are going to be some major changes in committee assignments, very powerful posts. Sam Nunn will go to defense, most likely, to replace retiring Barry Goldwater. Lloyd Benson will go on finance, replace Bob Packwood out of Oregon, one of the framers of the tax reform. Ed Kennedy will go on in place of Orrin Hatch on labor and human resources.
That's a major switch.
It is. But one of the interesting things that nobody is talking about right now is whether Bennett Johnson of Louisiana or Robert Byrd will take the majority leadership role.
No one knows that yet, because there will be a challenge to Bob Byrd's leadership. There are a number of people who think he represents the old Democratic Party, not the new, that he doesn't have the image they like, he's not articulate enough, he doesn't look the part. Bennett Johnston wants the job. Now, Johnston is conservative. Bob Byrd is conservative. Neither one of those are flaming liberal Democrats.
And that's an important position for those people who understand that individual sets the agenda for the entire Senate.
That's right. The Senate runs in a very strange process. The majority leader basically has almost total power to decide what the Senate will consider, when it will consider it on the Senate floor. And since the Senate operates under almost no rules at all except those that they make up as they go along, everything's done by unanimous consent. Well, you know how it is with 10 people in a room, try to get unanimous consent. Try it with 100 senators on all ends of the political spectrum. If the majority leader is from your party, you're going to get some things on that agenda that you want. And if he's not, you're in some trouble.
I'd like to say one more thing. There was a name I left out of those committee assignments. I think everyone should pay attention to the name of a probably a little-known senator from Delaware by the name of Joseph Biden. He will probably take over judiciary from Strom Thurmond, and that will change the makeup of how the laws are being developed here. And he is a contender for the presidential nomination coming up in 1988.
No question. That's why he was here addressing the DFL convention back in June.
Isn't it as important as well, though, Skip, that the real changes we might see in the court system, I mean, based on the fact that
I mean, if you want to take a real look at things, the Democrats aren't going to go after Ronald Reagan tooth and nail right now. They'd be silly to. He's still too popular to do that. But if a judgeship comes up on the Supreme Court, 1 or 2 justice positions, clearly Ronald Reagan is going to have to lean towards moderate appointments if he has any hope at all of getting them through. That will change, or at least balance somewhat, what he's been able to do in the last couple of years with the Rehnquist and Scalia nominations.
You've got some House races.
Do indeed. 2nd District of Minnesota. Vin Weber, Dave Johnson squaring off. That's still a virtual statistical tie at this point. There is less than 100 votes separating. Oh, I'm sorry. It's a little bit more than that. It's closer to 1,000 votes. My addition is not too good. 52% of the precincts reporting that's still a real horse race. And that's interesting because Vin Weber raised plenty of money. He has no problems raising money. Dave Johnson had trouble getting enough money to buy a box of toothpicks to put on his lawn signs. And Dave Johnson, a former conservative who supported Vin Weber all the way through '84, was one of his...
He did some effective advertising, though.
He hit him hard on the farm issue. Weber came out front very early talking about sanctions on South Africa and advocating them. Johnson shoved that back down his throat and said he was more interested in foreign policy than farm policy. And apparently, at least some of that argument took.
All right. We're going to take a quick break here. And
Tires in the mire, gears in shambles. Now, Minor Ford presents the Coors Light Motor Spectacular. Bigger and better than ever. This Saturday night, 7:30 in the Metrodome. The Hot Rod Truck Mud Racing Fall Nationals. Oh, yeah. See the showdown, the North versus South, in a sludge grudge match. See nitrous oxide running bowling mud machine. Plus the Hot Rod Truck and Tractor Super Bowl National Championship. Minor Ford presents the Coors Light Tug of War. And the Big Rig 18-wheelers tearing it up in a semi-demolition derby. And the Monster Truck Barefoot coming live to the Metrodome.
Who'll give, who'll take? Clues and categories.
Hey!
And all that easy money.
It's an easy game.
When celebrities play the Pyramid weekdays. Then it's twice the trivia.
Terrific.
A double dose of winning, losing, and loving.
I prefer sex.
When Alex Trebek brings you Jeopardy in the morning.
Way to go.
Jeopardy! It's 2 different shows. Weekdays after the Pyramid and at 4 on Channel 4.
We're back at CCO election headquarters.
And we're going to take you right now to CBS Network. We'll be back in a moment. We're going to go instead to some of the state races. Okay. In the race for governor, as you've heard all night, Rudy Perpich, of course, leading Cal Ludeman with 45% of the precincts reporting. He has 55% of the vote to Cal Ludeman's 42%. In the Secretary of State race in Minnesota with 11% of the precincts reporting, Joan Grow with 71% of the vote, the DFL incumbent over Don Koenig. In the auditor's race with 23% of the precincts reporting, Arnie Carlson with 52% of the vote over John Dooley, his opponent 48%, closer than many expected. In the treasurer's race, which has been close all night, Mike McGrath with 58% over John Drew with 41%. McGrath has widened his lead there. In the Attorney General race, with 23% of the precincts reporting, Skip Humphrey with 73% of those votes, and Lou Freeman with just 26%.
Alan Cox will now give us another look at why Cal Ludeman simply couldn't make the case that he needed to make in order to win the election. Alan?
Skip, once again, the final results of our North Star poll, a joint venture of WCCO Television Radio and the St. Paul Pioneer Press and Dispatch. A survey of more than 1,000 voters today shows Rudy Perpich with a 14 percentage point win. Now, because of the statistical sampling error factor, that could be as much as 20%, or it could be as low as 8%. But clearly a Rudy Perpich win. And it's clear that Rudy Perpich had a fairly strong showing in many parts of the state. In the metro area, a 59% showing, comparable with his past experience. Ludeman's strength came in southern Minnesota, especially in southeastern Minnesota. Ludeman doing well among voters overall in terms of who would be able to help Minnesota's farmers. But Cal Ludeman did not offend voters. He did not lose tonight because he offended voters. When we asked the voters what their impressions were of the candidates, 63% said they had a favorable impression of the incumbent. 55% said they had a favorable impression of the challenger. Sometimes you see a greater disparity there in a race of that sort. But once again, as we said before, it just appears that on the themes that Cal Ludeman tried to hit the hardest, he just couldn't persuade enough voters to unseat the incumbent, couldn't give them a reason. If I can add one more thing, with all the talk earlier about what the Attorney General's race may mean for the future of Hubert Humphrey and a possible run against Dave Durenberger, our poll says that of the independent Republicans who voted today, and that's about 42% of the electorate, 45% went for Skip Humphrey, a very large showing even among the independent Republicans. So clearly the name carries quite a bit of weight, although there may be some differences. Joan Grove found out between a state constitutional office and a run for the Senate.
Yeah, I would guess there will be some differences when it comes to that. Thank you, Alan, very much. United States House races. We will go through all 8 of them at this point. Tim Penny having no problem at all, the incumbent Democrat in District 1. Penny will be reelected. The margin may change a little bit there, but he'll go back for his 3rd term in Congress. District 2, the big one in southwestern Minnesota with Vin Weber and Dave Johnson on a virtual tie. That one remains so close to being deadlocked with 60% of the precincts reporting that nobody can call it. District 3, not deadlocked at all. 40% of the precincts in, and Bill Frenzel will be sent for another term. Bill has been in office since 1970 in Washington. The 4th Congressional District, Bruce Fento and Harold Stassen, the former Minnesota governor, for another hurrah that didn't exactly pan out. The man has had trouble being reelected since 1938. District 5, this one is a final. Martin Olaf Sabo will be returned for another term in the Congress of the United States. Sabo, the Democrat, of course, an easy victor there. In the 6th District, Jerry Sikorsky, well on his way to defeating Barb Sikora, 25% of the precincts in, but there's a wide margin in favor of Sikorsky. Minnesota 7th District, this one close too. Arlen Stanglin, the incumbent Republican. Colin Peterson, the CPA from Detroit Lakes, the Democrat, leading by 1 percentage point now, but again, so few votes separating the two of them, so many yet to be counted. That one's going to be a while before we know. James Oberstar, who spent a long time as the administrative assistant for John Blatnick and then took over that House seat a few years back, about 10 years back, as a matter of fact, will be reelected and sent back for another term.
One of our roving reporters tonight, Mike Strand, has had an opportunity to sort of check in on that Scott County attorney race, and he is standing by now with a report for us. Mike?
Pat, perhaps one of the surprise races of this evening in terms of its results. Kathleen Morris apparently going down to defeat by the hands of James Terwito, an untested and rather unexperienced lawyer here in Scott County. He has almost leading Kathleen Morris, almost double in terms of the number of precincts reporting now. We asked Terwito earlier today when he was celebrating with some of his supporters in New Prague whether or not voters were voting for him or against Kathleen Morris.
I truly believe that what they want is a good, positive alternative to what's been happening over the last 2-4 years. And the way we campaigned, I think people are voting for Jim Terwito, hoping for that good, positive alternative.
And what will that alternative bring in that office?
Better management and administration in the office, reducing some of the costs, teamwork, something that's been lost over the last 2 terms, and finally restoring trust. I think the credibility of the Scott County Attorney's Office has been lost, and that's going to be the big priority for me.
James Terwito speaking tonight in New Prague. Kathleen Morris has been unavailable for comment. We're standing here outside the Scott County Courthouse. We thought for a time she might be in her office. We've been told that is not true. We did try to check with her at her home. A woman answered the phone, told us to hold on, came back to the phone and told us Kathleen Morris was not there, and there is no intention for her to have any type of statement regarding the election tonight. Reporting live from Shakopee, I'm Mike Strand. Back to you, Pat and Skip.
Mike, Torito really believes that it was a positive vote for him?
He believes that the way he campaigned and the way his supporters got out the vote and really leafleted this entire county, that he believes that his vote caught on, that he caught a spark with the voters, and that actually they were voting for him. Again, we should repeat, of course, that he is an untested and rather young attorney and has no experience in the prosecutorial arena.
How old is he, Mike? How old is James Torito?
Pat, I'm afraid I'm having some difficulty hearing you.
Any idea how old he is?
I'm not certain. I'm not certain.
Okay. Thank you, Mike.
Well, gentlemen, Mr. Nimmer and Moore, can you believe, I mean, I have a hard time believing, I guess, that wasn't a vote against Kathleen Morris, but maybe I'm wrong. I've been wrong lots of times in the past.
Well, I think we have to give Mr. Torito the benefit of the doubt. He conducted a campaign, and he won the campaign. It would seem to me that the voters of Scott County are saying, any port in a storm, let's get her out of here. But I think they still have to recognize that she was a very, very gutsy performer. But they don't want that kind of publicity in Scott County.
I think, David, it was a race where most people voted no, and more people voted no on Kathleen Morris than did Jim Torito. Incidentally, Torito is 28 years old, 2 years out of law school. He administers a one-person law office, that is he, and he has a part-time secretary. And I got to believe that on this night, he's as nervous as a pup on his first point. Because he hadn't been inside a courtroom trying a civil case, trying a criminal case. And there are 16 lawyers in that office. It's not going to be an easy office to run because 4 or 5 attorneys resigned last year because they were disappointed with Kathleen Morris's policies. You got to put that office together again. They've had problems working with law enforcement officials in Scott County, so this kid's going to have his share of trouble.
The Morris forces brought up a rather pithy charge or a discrediting moment against him when they said that he had written some campaign checks before he was legally allowed to do that. And that's the only real charge he had against him, except for his inexperience. I think the media is kind of to blame for misleading the people in this race. I'd been led to believe that this was going to be a rather close race, that Morris would win, but it would be rather close. So it seems to me that the upset aspect of the race is by the vast majority by which Torito won.
Well, maybe that's right. There's no polling in Scott County, so we have no way of knowing, although Kathleen Morris survived a test last year when they wanted to remove her from trying civil cases in Scott County, and the voters said, leave her there. So,
and by the way, there's no political affiliation. Unlike the Hennepin County race, there's no political affiliation with that race.
To my knowledge, you are correct. It's going to be interesting to see what Jim Torito manages to do.
Pat, Skip?
All right, thank you two. We're going to turn to Pat Kessler once again. Pat, give us your analysis on how the Minnesota House is going to shake out, or the Senate rather, and the House are going to shake out now.
4.5 hours after the polls closed, it is now, a trend is now beginning to appear. It appears in the Senate that the DFLers are winning. These are our own polls. These are not official returns. But in the Minnesota Senate, it appears that the margin could be 46 DFLers to 21 Republicans. There are 67 seats, 46 to 21. That is a greater margin than Democrats now hold. In the Minnesota House, it is still far too close to call. There are 134 seats, and it looks like the DFL at this point, our own projections show DFLers with 64 seats, the Republicans with 63, and as I said, there are 4 seats too close to call. What's happening apparently is down in southwestern Minnesota, Skip and Pat, where farm problems have been plaguing a lot of the electorate down there. It looks as if it's been a tough race for Republicans, and the Democrats are winning a seat there that they didn't expect to win. And in southern Minnesota, in the Senate, the Republicans lost 2 seats that they did not expect to lose. So we are again talking about trends. We are not talking about official returns, but the trend at this point is toward the Democrats.
And more of a farm backlash than anybody really expected, I guess.
It's exactly what it appears to be, and the 2nd District, of course, down in the Vin Weber and David Johnson territory, looks as if the Democrats are picking up a couple seats there.
Yeah, certainly does. Let's go over now to the state capitol complex where Cindy Hilger is standing by with a couple of people who may like or dislike those projections. Cindy?
I think it's fair to say that both of those are accurate. I am here right now with Fred Norton, who is a DFL minority leader, and Connie Levi, who is the independent Republican majority leader. And Fred, you were just listening to those figures. Are they what you're seeing right now as well?
Well, we haven't been totally that way. We've been just kind of eyeballing the races. And it appears to us that we're probably ahead of about 8 or 10 incumbent Republican House members.
That's good news for you.
Yes, they aren't big enough margins to say that they're going to hold up like that, but I think there's a trend out there, and I think if you look at the Senate figures that we just saw, where the Senate was increasing their numbers by 3 or 4, and you look at the 2 congressional races, in the 2nd and 7th district, I think that means that they probably counted votes for those DFL challengers that are going to be reflected in DFL House races as well.
Connie, do you think that we could still see the Republicans keep control of the House?
Well, anything is possible. It really is a little early, I think, to be either celebrating or commiserating with doom and gloom. As I recall, a couple of years ago, it was 5 o'clock in the morning before we knew who had control of the House. And we've got a far way to go before 5 o'clock in the morning tonight.
You're not giving up ship right now?
No, I don't think so. And I would agree with Fred that there are some trends that don't look real promising for us. But on the other hand, it's still early, and we'll have to wait till all those precincts come in and all the votes are totaled up, and we'll know.
All right. Thank you very much, Connie Levi, and also Fred Norton. So that's it from here. It could be a late night or early morning here at the State Office building. Back to you, Skip and Pat.
We will have more of Election Night 86 in a second.
Season after season and year after year, Channel 4 celebrates the diversity, the people, and the spirit of the Twin Cities with live programs as unique as the subjects they cover. From the Twin Cities Marathon to the Winter Carnivals, Aquatennials, hockey tournaments, Summerfests, and even the state fairs of yesterday and tomorrow. That's a lot to celebrate. But we'd like you to join us, to share the spirit of what we are and of what we've become.
There's an old saying that goes, the only thing cold in Minnesota is the winter. We know it's true. The response to Coats for Kids was overwhelming. It reflects the true meaning of this saying. Our goal was 10,000 coats, and we collected nearly 25,000. It took thousands of people, their time, efforts, and hard work to pull it off. The work continues, getting the coats out to those who need them. We salute you for helping to keep our kids warm this winter. And for us, that's the best news of all.
Well, we've asked Ron Hanberg to sit down with us tonight and give us his own analysis and editorial on tonight's election results so far.
Thank you, Pat. We think today's vote proves Rudy Perpich has the people's trust. Why else would so many vote for a man who has made so few promises, who is so vague about what he'd do the next 4 years? Now he's free to make any move he likes. Well, as Rudy Perpich contemplates an agenda for the future, we'd like to suggest one of our own.
Taxes top our list of things for the governor and the 1987 legislature to do. We'll get a $200 million windfall from Washington if we update our tax code to match the federal tax reforms. Some of that money should be used for cutting income and property taxes. But let's not get carried away. Minnesotans also need a large rainy day fund to cushion the ups and downs of state revenues. We could use some tax reform of our own. Tax simplification, to be precise. We need to double or triple the budget for drug education in the schools. Now we spend less than the price of a school lunch per pupil per year teaching our kids how to say no to drugs and alcohol. That's not enough. And there's a crying need for more sex education, especially with the growing threat of AIDS. It's time to be frank with our children about human sexuality. Time also for the state to fund a child abuse center, providing a caring atmosphere when young victims meet with counselors and the police, and where the number of interviews and other traumatic events can be controlled. It should be easier for victims of sexual assault to have their day in court. The legal definition of coercion ought to be expanded beyond involving only the use of force. so jurors can consider all of the factors in cases of acquaintance rape. There's a need to fine-tune the welfare system, but not for benefit cuts. Even counting food stamps, AFDC mothers live 15% below the poverty line. It would be brutal to cut them further. But even Cal Ludeman agrees we should support and encourage those clients willing to accept job training and work. That means affordable child care and health coverage for the working poor. For motorists, we favor adding penalties to the mandatory seatbelt law. Voluntary compliance has been good, but many won't buckle up unless the law carries some financial sting. And we're for raising the speed limit to 65 on the freeways. The energy crisis is over, but we believe safety dictates keeping the limit at 55 on two-lane roads and the congested interstates in the cities. Finally, we'd like to see action on Mayor Latimer's plan for sharing metropolitan wealth with distressed farm and mining communities, much as the suburbs and cities share tax revenues now. We can't reverse a faltering economy, but by carefully targeting relief, we can ease rural pain and suffering.
This last issue of rural relief provides just a hint of what we think will be the governor's toughest problem in the years ahead, trying to mend the rifts in the state economy, closing the gaps that separate city dwellers from the miners and the farmers. We're not so much one state as three, and we think Minnesota needs to be made whole once again.
Skip. Thank you. That is also going to be a tall order to fill.
Indeed.
But that apparently
good luck to the governor.
Thank you, Ron, very much. Well,
Mike Walsher apparently standing by over at Independent Republican headquarters where Cal Ludeman, it appears as if he is ready to make an announcement.
Pat and Skip, this is Mike Walsher at IR headquarters, and Cal Ludeman has appeared here with his family, and right now his running mate, Dennis Schulstad, the Minneapolis City Council member, has been addressing the crowd. He has not been seated at this point, but there is some possibility that that could be happening. Dennis Schulstad, again, making some comments now here to the crowd of approximately 200, about 200 to 250 independent Republicans who have still gathered here and waited for these words from Cal Ludeman, the 35-year-old man who ran against a very popular DFL governor, Rudy Perpich. By all accounts of the Republicans here, he ran a very fine and respectable campaign, and I think even many DFLers would admit in their heart of hearts that Ludeman did run a respectable campaign. Sure, there may have been some negative aspects to it, but that was true in many states around the nation this year. Here then is Cal Ludeman.
Said this evening that hasn't been said before. But obviously, I feel very proud about the effort that this campaign was able to put forward. It was done by real people all over the state of Minnesota that believe that Minnesota has to challenge its future. And I believe that the remnant is still very, very much alive. That the remnant will take charge of Minnesota and say that if we are going to push ourselves for a better education for our children, if we're going to make sure that some of the pain that people feel, many of them coming from rural Minnesota today, is going to be honestly recognized and honestly dealt with. If we're going to see an economic climate of Minnesota that is going to be put forward to make sure that people have free expression of their innovation and their ability to privately invest their money, that can be returned to Minnesota in a real way instead of the artificial way that we've seen in the last few years, I'm convinced we will be more dedicated and more committed to the kind of political change I've been most anxious to work for. It wasn't just as a candidate that we needed to do that. It was as a cause and as a movement and as a trend to make sure that Minnesota was the kind of state that we all wanted to live, to work, to farm, to retire, to fish, to hunt, to teach, to do everything we wanted to do in raising our children here to make sure they had the kind of opportunity we needed for ourselves and for our future. We think on that point, we controlled the agenda of this campaign. I think that we did, and will continue to control that and set the trend for that all the way whether Governor Rudy Perpich is governor or not. And that's the important obligation of the minority and of the remnant and of those that may have lost an election. But I want you all to feel very proud in what you were able to do in this effort. The Independent Republican Party, the volunteers, the independents, and even the Democrats, who knew that something was wrong and something may have to be fixed as of yet. And of that effort, I can only say, you're the most tremendous people in the world, and we will never let you down. Thank you for all your help. Appreciate it.
This then the very emotional scene, the concession speech from Cal Ludeman and his running mate Dennis Schulstad. Ludeman thanking his volunteers who have stuck with him throughout the long, hard months of campaigning against Governor Perpich, and thanking those 200 to 250 who have stuck through this long and somewhat non-rewarding night here at Independent Republican headquarters at the Radisson South in Bloomington.
Thank you,
Ludeman
Michael.
Has seen the numbers and conceded the election to Rudy Perpich.
It's got to be an emotional evening. The stress, really, and the physical strain of a campaign certainly culminates on this.
Well, and I think what makes it so emotional to some extent is if you're really going to campaign, you've got to convince yourself somehow that you're going to win, or at least miracles do happen and you can win. And you can analyze things up here and say, oh, it doesn't quite come out. But down here, you've got to believe to get up every day and go back out there and do it 18 hours a day that you can pull it off. And then that last night, when it doesn't come anywhere close to doing it, that's a tough come down. And you're physically exhausted to go along with it, which doesn't help matters any. We've got some other fairly tight races. Let's take a look again at that southwestern Minnesota congressional race with Vin Weber and Dave Johnson still deadlocked, 50% apiece. That one is much too close to call. And in District 7 in northwestern Minnesota, Arlen Stanglin and Colin Peterson, and by golly, that one's too close to call, too. The percentages remain with Colin Peterson just 1 percentage point ahead of the incumbent. And in Scott County, 92% of the precincts in there. 28-year-old James Torito with a wide margin over Kathleen Morris. And unless those other 8% of the precincts have a whale of a lot of votes, Torito has won the Scott County Attorney's race.
We're going to take a look now at the Hennepin County Attorney's race, where Tom Johnson, the incumbent, was leading his opponent, Tom Heffelfinger, now with 53% of the precincts reporting. As you can see, Johnson with 56% of those votes, Tom Heffelfinger with 44%.
And in Wisconsin, there's an Attorney General's race that's been interesting all night long. We have anything new on that, Donald?
We do. We have, in fact, this is going to be our final appearance of the evening for our Wisconsin friends. We're going to start with the governor's race and tell you that it appears that the Republican challenger to Anthony Earl, Tommy Thompson, has been given the victory in that case, 52% to 48%. In the U.S. Senate race there, the numbers have started to come around. Well, I'm going to start here. We'll get to the La Follette race here against Hanaway. That is the Attorney General's race, and we're going to expand on that in just a moment. It appears that the incumbent La Follette will go down to defeat here, 53% to 47%. Donald Hanaway, the challenger in this case. Now the U.S. Senate race, Robert Caston, you can see starting to pick up those votes in the outstate area, and he apparently, according to CBS, will be returned to the United States Senate. We're going to look at the U.S. House of Representatives in District 3 now, third-term incumbent Republican Steve Gunderson. He'll be returned handily to the United States House of Representatives. And in District 7, David Obey, he'll go back for a 9th term to the United States House with 63% of the vote over his challenger Republican Kevin Hermaning. We would also like to mention to you tonight that over in South Dakota, they have elected a Republican governor. George Mickelson, who is a son of a governor, has beaten Lars Herseth, who was a son of a governor. And the Republicans have done very well all across the United States in the gubernatorial races. I did want to tell you about Bronson La Follette. He has been the Attorney General in that state on 5 different terms, 2 during the 1960s, 3 during the 1970s. He is the son of Bob La Follette, the grandson of the elder Bob La Follette. And this ends a huge legacy of La Follette leadership, but he did so in a way that would certainly embarrass his forebears, because he goes down amid charges of misconduct, unethical behavior, and not just the substance of a dirty campaign, but actually the findings of an ethics board in the state of Wisconsin. So La Follette will not be returned to the state capitol in the role of Attorney
And that's
General.
a major blow for his party over there as well. That may have shown up in the governor's race.
Yes, and I'm certain it did. I'm certain it did.
Okay.
All right, thanks, Don.
By the way, one quick question as long as we got you here. We're still with Abner in the South Dakota Senate race. I'm saying not Abner, Daschle in the South Dakota Senate race, having won that one. And
Yes.
Conrad in North Dakota?
Well, now that Conrad race against Mark Andrews is still too close to call. It's 51% to 49%, having some difficulty bringing in some of the outstate votes, and no one is conceding yet exactly what's going on there. But in South Dakota, the opposite is true.
Okay, thanks very much.
Before we say goodnight tonight, we would like to get some final thoughts from Dave Moore and Dave Nimmer. Gentlemen?
We've been sitting here discussing this, and I think, Don, in terms of the Minnesota election, Governor Earl and Bronson La Follette are two exceptions to the rule. Unless you've got some issues, and I think this Minnesota election proved it, unless you have some viable, salient issues, you're going to have one heck of a time getting rid of an incumbent. You know that Martin Olaf Sabo is going to represent the 5th District for as long as he lives. With the one exception, of course, Vin Weber and Dave Johnson. That was expected to be something of a close race because of Johnson's experience. Colin Peterson, I think, will defeat Arlen Stanglin in the 7th. He came so close a few years ago, 2 years ago, but unless you've got some issues, it's tough to do.
And we also believe that the campaigns this year might be a little on the slick side. Everything was geared to a 30-second television spot, particularly for Cal Ludeman, showing a nice guy farmer walking in the fields but not talking much about the issues. And even in the Hennepin County Attorney's Office, we saw some very slick television ads. Sometimes, David, I think I'd like to go back to the days my daddy describes when Bob La Follette was campaigning from the back of a hay wagon in Appleton, Wisconsin.
Get the kinds of candidates for whom the people will come out and stand in front of a train or stand at an airport and talk to them. Here, the voters sit back in their living room, and the politicians come booming out at them from that glass box, and you get so sick and tired of it. Finally, you just say, I don't care who wins. It doesn't mean anything to me. But you've got to have some issues. I don't mean scandal by that. But I think you've got to have some issues. You have got to point to an inherent weakness in your candidacy, in your challenger.
Skip and Pat, I've been taking notes all night. I can learn something from the crusty old man here. I want to grow up to be just like him.
Oh, jeez.
Hey, Nimmer?
Yes, Skip.
You already have.
Thank you.
You want to grow up to be mad and bent?
What are there, kid?
I learned something tonight. I learned to think about doing this a second time.
Hey, David, count on 4 years from now. You did get crustier as the evening went on.
Thank you, sir.
That election will make anyone crusty.
Thanks to both of you.
Thank you.
Well, while we're saying thanks so much tonight to the people at Control Data who have helped us all evening, and to all of our support people in the studio and in the director's seats and producer's seats. They've been a tremendous help, and of course we couldn't have been here tonight without them.
Amen. They have done a whale of a job, and we thank you very much. Wouldn't have been worth doing if you